Good evening. Welcome to the Design Review Board meeting of July 13th, 2023. The DRB meeting is now called to order. Please silence all cell phones at this time. The DRB meeting is being broadcast live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable, Channel 6, and AT&T Uverse, Channel 99. Meetings are also streamed live in high definition on the city's webpage, glendaleca.gov/live, on youtube.com/myglendale, and on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire devices using a free app called ScreenWeave and choosing Glendale TV from the menu. Meetings are also archived on the city website for viewing anytime at glendaleca.gov/agendas. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Current DRB agendas and staff reports are available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. Records of decisions for all projects will be posted online on the Planning Division website. Please note that any appeal of a case heard today must be filed within 15 calendar days of the DRB decision date. The appeal application is also available from the city's website. Reports regarding posting of agenda. The agenda for the July 13th, 2023 regular meeting of the Glendale Design Review Board was posted on the city's website on July 6th, 2023, and on the bulletin board outside City Hall on July 10th, 2023. Next item would be approval of minutes. Are there any comments from the board members?
We haven't taken roll call yet, though.
Oh, sorry. Just kidding. Roll call. Board member Lockhart? Not here. Board member Kaskanian?
Here.
Board member Simonian?
Present.
Board member Welch?
Present.
And Chair Chagayan.
Present.
So next item is approval of minutes. Any questions or comments?
No, not from me.
Can we make a single motion to approve all the minutes, or do we have to do them one by one?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll move to adopt all of the minutes that were in the staff report.
Thank you. Second?
Is there a second? Can
I'll second.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call vote. Board member Kaskanian?
Yep. Yes.
Board member Simonian?
Yes.
Board member Welch?
Yes.
And Chair Chagayan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So next item on the agenda is oral communication. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes. Design Review Board may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. I don't have any cards for oral communication. Do you? I don't think so. Okay, next item is board commission member comments. Any comments? No? All right, so we can move to item 7, which is new business. The first project is 1844 Barra Road. Would you like to turn it over to the case planner?
Yes, please.
Good evening, Council, Commissioners, board members. This first item before you is case number PDR 000880, and it is located at 1844 Barra Road. This is the existing house and the location on your screen on the map. And the project involves, it's an existing 11,520 square foot lot. The property is zoned R1R. The frontage for the property is on Barra Road. The lot does slope uphill from the street from Barra Road. It's a north to south direction. The building footprint, however, is located on a relatively graded portion or flat portion of the lot. The shape is irregular, and the existing development on the property is an existing one-story, 1,318 square foot single-family house built in 1953, and it has an attached 400 square foot garage There is an existing oak on the property, which is proposed for removal per the AOR on record. The project involves both interior and exterior, complete exterior remodel as well. Additions include a new 1,093 square foot second story, removal of 33 square feet of the existing first floor, and a total combined floor area will be 2,378 square feet. The existing two-car attached garage will remain in its current form. The applicant is proposing aluminum casement windows and fixed and external grids. Earth tone stucco is being proposed, and brown accent colors for windows, fascia, eaves, and all the details, and two-piece Spanish tile, since the design change involves a complete exterior from the existing design to a Spanish style home. There are existing retaining walls that will be removed, but they are proposing some new retaining walls at the rear of the lot, which involves, or rear of the house rather, in order to facilitate the proposed deck at the rear. And they are proposing to grade approximately 97 cubic yards of cut and export, no fill. The project is exempt from CEQA review. There is a variance on file that was approved by the planning hearing officer to maintain the existing non-conforming setback as a result of the expansion of the new second story. They're required to have 5 per code, but they got an approval to keep the existing. I'll try to go as quickly as possible because we have a heavy agenda, so that's why I'm speaking quite fast. The existing context, again, the surrounding property includes both single and two-story homes and some split levels. So the, in terms of mass and scale, the project is consistent with the surrounding context of this residential neighborhood. The proposed site plan, again, is in front of you. It's also included in your packet. But it basically, the new second story would cover the existing footprint of the existing ground floor. And again, the expansion of the rear deck to create some outdoor space. They will maintain a large portion of the lot ungraded at the rear of approximately 6,587 square feet. This is the first and second floor plans. The roof plan, the proposed elevations, the overall height, including the second story, is approximately 2 feet 6 inches. 26 feet 6 inches, with a roof pitch of 5 and 12. Somewhat skewed. There's some angles that the applicant is having to work with, considering that the project is at the end of a cul-de-sac. So they also have an irregular lot. So again, trying to work with and manipulate the forms has been something that the applicant's been trying to work with. These are the side views. So the southwest view, as you look at the property from its right-hand side. Let me see if I can, I don't know if this uses a cursor or not, but I guess, oh, here it is. So this area in here is the existing garage, and that's along the west side. And let me continue to move forward. This would be the left-hand side, if you will, of the building. And this would be the rear facade facing the hillside. So I will kind of jump straight to the conditions, which kind of summarize some of staff's concerns. Mainly some of the kind of minor comments to restudy the overall roof design, including reducing the roof pitch. Again, it's a 5 and 12, perhaps by reducing a little, whatever the board determines is appropriate would help kind of, again, reduce a little bit of that volume or mass. And the dual pitched angles on each end of the front facade specifically was, here's one angle that staff is referring to, if you can see my cursor, and this other angle here. And to restudy the exterior muntins, or the pattern, to be more proportional to this style, and to revise the window cut sheet included on the material board sheet A5.1 to correspond to the window schedule. And I'll point that out a little later in this presentation, maybe I could do that now. So the material palette showed white vinyl windows, but the window schedule shows aluminum windows, and also the elevation shows brown color as opposed to white. The brown color would be appropriate because it ties in nicely with the brown accent color that they're showing or proposing for the fascia and doors and other features on the building, the rafters. And the last comment was to restudy the angled appearance of the front entry covered front entry porch. I could go to that really quick. So I don't know if it's easy to tell or not, but there's this slight angle here, if you notice, where the window's somewhat offset from the door. So that would be another point that staff would like the board to kind of focus their attention on, if there are some comments there. And with that, staff is recommending approval of the project, subject to those 4 conditions. And just some points of clarification. We talked a little bit about the window on item 1 and 2 that I'm identifying on the screen. The stucco finish, the material schedule on the elevation shows rough stucco. However, the stucco spec on sheet A 5.1 indicates smooth. Smooth stucco would be appropriate. So something for the board to kind of consider when deliberating, just to make sure we have some consistency, since there's a bit of a discrepancy here between the schedule and the elevations. And also, item 2, which I already alluded to earlier, the windows on the window schedule and the elevations, they show aluminum brown colored as opposed to the white vinyl that is shown on sheet A 5.1 of that spec sheet, which I demonstrated earlier on the material slide. The brown would be more appropriate, aluminum windows, as opposed to the white vinyl. And lastly, on that same item, the window spec shows the hung window as opposed to casement and fixed, which is what's shown on the schedule. Perhaps the spec is just more of a generic spec, but we'd like to have some consistency with the plans. And with that, we did receive 1 letter in favor, and I've passed in support of the project, and I did distribute that earlier. I will conclude my presentation. If there's any questions for staff, I'm available.
Are there any questions for staff?
Just one question. Where you were talking about that front porch and that angle and stuff like that, there's not a setback issue there, right? They could
No.
still push that forward.
They're still at
if they want.
15. It's existing and proposed to remain.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I also had a question about that front porch. In one of the drawings, it calls it out as demolition.
There is a portion of the front, yes, on the floor plan that a portion of it is proposed to be removed, I believe, 33 square feet. I'll need to look at if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, I mean, floor plan wise, the first floor plan in the front at that corner looks the same. So I'm just wondering what part is actually being demolished.
Let me look into that a little bit, and if the applicant is able to respond, if that's a possibility, just to clarify. But in the meantime, I'll look into that as well. But it could be, to Board Member Welch's point, it could be, now that I'm looking at the floor plan again, it could be the setback, that they would just want to maintain the 15-foot setback, based on what I'm reminded by looking at the floor plan, that the 15-foot setback line is on or about that area. But there's still some wiggle room there where they can kind of manipulate some of the forms there, because there's still a little bit of relief. It's not right at the property line.
And were they at the limit of what they were demolishing, or no? in terms of walls?
Yes.
That, okay,
Yes.
that answers my
Yes.
question.
The 50% is very, very close.
Okay,
So not much wiggle room there, as you know, if you exceed the 50%. You would lose the non-conforming conditions. It would be considered a brand new house.
okay. Are there any other questions for staff? Nope? No? Then I think we can open the
Great.
public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see if we have any, the applicant will be calling in, so let me
I
double
have
check.
one speaker card for the owner.
Okay, would you like to take the applicant first since he's calling
Yes, if he's calling in, yes.
from overseas? Okay, 1 second.
Hi, this is Arvind. Can you guys hear me?
Arvid, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Can you speak a little louder?
Yes, absolutely. Is this better? Can you hear me better now?
1 second. We're gonna have to turn on the Arvin,
Yes.
we
I'm
can
listening.
hear you. We can hear you. Is the board able to hear the applicant
Yes,
clearly?
please speak up.
Okay, speak it.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So I heard of two items that was pointed out as far as questions. One would be the color of the window frames or the material of them. The window size is absolutely going to be a single house, just like it is listed in the specs. And the color will be matching the rendering that is provided, which is going to be dark bronze or dark brown color to match the rest of the building as far as the fascia and all the other accents will be darker compared to the stucco. And both of us, the owner and I, were okay for the windows to be aluminum if needed. The second comment I noticed was demolition of the first floor, which I wanted to clarify that 33 square feet to 34 square feet demolition will be happening in the back of the house. And this condition is clearly shown on sheet 8-1.3, which are the demolition counts. And if you guys are able to maneuver to that page, you will see in the middle of the page where the floor plan is, we have a gray portion in the back that is marked as gray, and that portion will be the one that will be demolished on the first floor. In the front, we're basically, as one of the board members mentioned, we're keeping it as exactly as it is as far as the floor plan goes.
Okay, was there anything else you'd like to speak about on the project?
Like they mentioned, I am calling from overseas, so I'm not sure if I caught the entire conversation of what was being spoken about. But this is what I caught: the color of the windows and the demolition. And if there's anything else that I missed, I would appreciate it if you guys could repeat it or remind me about it.
Okay, I think you answered the questions that we had. Does anyone else have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I want to just get a clarification on the staff's condition regarding restudying the exterior mountain grid plan. What is the current plan right now? It looks from the renderings like each casement is like 2/2. Is that the plan, or is that just a rendering and that has not been really fully decided?
I don't think I completely understood your question. Can you please repeat that again?
Okay, so staff has a condition number 2, which says restudy the exterior mutton or grid pattern to be more proportional. And my question to you is, looking at the renderings that we see on the plans, each side of the casement looks like it's laid out with a 2/2 pattern. Is that correct? Is that the intent of the design, or is that just a filler and you're open to any other kind of grid pattern?
We're definitely open to it, but what's presented in the rendering would be desirable for the owner. But we're definitely open to suggestions.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Nope. Okay, thank you.
We'll end then the call at this point, or do you have more questions in the future? Because he would probably, if there's any comments,
We have
rebuttal
no-
time.
Right, if we have no other callers, I mean, I only have one speaker card for the
Okay.
owner.
Arvin, we're going to put you on hold, okay? In case there's any additional comments.
Sounds good. I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Kokonyan? Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Appreciate the opportunity to address the DRB. I am Gary Kukonian, the property owner at 1844 Barra. I've been a resident in the city of Glendale for over 32 years. My wife and 2 kids have owned as our first property and lived at this address for the last 14 years. In starting this project, we really love our community, neighbors, and neighborhood, which is why we decided this project over 2 years ago. And so we've been at this for a while throughout COVID. As you heard, the property is just over 1,300 square feet, and with the family getting bigger, the kids growing up, we've just outgrown the house. So the option for us was to rent it out and move away, or to stay put and renovate. And for us, that was a clear choice because we, as I said, really love what we've built, the memories and everything with our neighborhood, with our community. Glendale Rotary Club, City of Glendale, I grew up with these things, so, it's near and dear. In working with our architect on the design of the house, we've been really mindful. You saw that at the back of the house is a large mountain, and we had to deal with the elements for the last 14 years, as you could imagine. But, we've ensured that in the design, a lot of consideration given was to the privacy of our neighbors on both sides, and we do have both of their support. As you consider this, please take into consideration what you've heard from me in addressing kind of what I heard about the entryway of the house, just the direction of the house and where the front door is currently. Over the last 14 years, we've had to restain and refinish the front door at least 3 times. Between the rain hitting the front door and the elements from the sun, just nothing's lasting. So we try to come up with a design that gives us a little bit of a coverage in that area, a little bit of shade to just protect against the elements. But again, thank you for your consideration, and happy to answer any questions. Didn't understand the question about the mountain or the design, but as
Oh, the muttons.
Muntins?
Yeah, it's
what does the grid mean?
the
what is
pattern
it?
on the window.
Oh, my wife and I were just talking about that. Looks like a prison cell, and we obviously want to go with a design, and hopefully it's going to come out looking better than that. So,
Okay,
yeah, thank you.
thank you. Great. Are there any callers? Okay.
No.
All right, if there are no callers and no further questions, I think we can close the public hearing and move on to deliberation. Who'd like to kick us off? Anybody?
I'll start us off.
Thank you.
I think the project is overall in the right direction. Staff's comments, I think, are spot on. In regards to the roof, I just did a simple sketch. I think if we kind of did a simpler version of a roof, right now it has more of a double pyramid, and if we kind of go with a simple hip type of a structure, I think it would really simplify it. This is just looking at it for a few moments. I totally agree with staff about the window consistency and how it needs to be rearranged, and it seems as though the owners want a more clear, less cluttered style. And so we could even go with completely plain, especially if they're casements. I think that would be a simple condition to impose. But in regards to, the arches, especially on the left side of the house, it seems as though there are some round arched windows, which would, I think, be more appropriate if it was more like a turret or something, a rounder, special feature. But since the whole thing is kind of rectilinear in style, I would just say, keeping windows consistent, maybe one accent window someplace that's appropriate. But overall, I think it does make sense to simplify windows as well. I think the north elevation is a bit blocky. I think we could, probably articulate that a little bit, which is on the left side of the house. And regarding the building entry, maybe we can't really work with the square footages all that much because of the 50%. Maybe we could create more of entry porch of some sort, or some sort of a walkway that leads to more of a defined building entry. But overall, those would be my thoughts.
Thank you, Board Member Simonian. Board Member Kaskanian?
Thank you. I'd like to say overall, I think the design for the house is really good. I do agree with Board Member Simonian with having the hip roof. I think it would be a little bit more appealing and doesn't make it look as bulky and massy as it does right now. But overall, I think that the house is going to make the neighborhood look good. I drove by the area too, and I was really happy to see it.
Thank you, Board Member Kaskanian. Board Member Welsh?
Thank you, Chair. I generally support the project. I think that Board Member Simonian's comments, particularly about the porch, I think is correct. I think that porch actually, that whole structure should come out a little bit. That's why I was asking about setback, because I think if it had a more defined, true porch shape, it would be better, because right now it pinches at that angle where the wall comes out and meets the pillar. I think that's very tight and doesn't work very well. So I think if you could move that whole thing out a little bit, just the roof form. It doesn't have to be walls. It's really just the roof form that you're bringing out, maybe with a pillar at the corner, something like that. I think that would help vary up the roof form a little bit as well. I don't have any objection to a more consistent hip roof pattern across instead of the double pyramid. I think that would be appropriate. I think I'm not as much in favor of reducing the pitch. I think the pitch actually works okay, and that if you reduced it more, it would expose more walls, especially on that second floor setback, and I'm not sure that I want that. So I think I'm more inclined to leave the pitch the way it's been done. On the Board Member Simonian's comments about the arched windows, particularly those ones that are on the stairwell above, I agree. Those just seem a little tacked on, not as well integrated. So I would be in favor of a condition to ask them to restudy that. I think the arched window in the center of the first floor is appropriate. That's Spanish style. I think that's fine. But taking a look at that and then maybe incorporating that into how you might rework the north facade, which I also agree is rather just severe, and I think we could make a condition to restudy that as well with staff's input. The sconces on the front that are on either side of the arch window, I think, again, probably excessive. If you've got porch lighting, I think that's fine. You could do landscape lighting, but having big, exposed sconces on the front that don't illuminate a porch or patio or anything, it's really not there for anything other than just, showing off the light fixtures. So I would recommend that those be removed and just focus on good landscape lighting. Those are my thoughts.
Great. Yes, Board Member
I'm
Simonian.
wondering if I could just ask Board Member Walsh a question. In regards to the north facade, I think we all agree that, it could use some articulation. And one thought I was having is the lower roof, sort of that's above the porch, you could simply continue.
Wrap.
Wrap it around the
Wrap
whole
it
north
around,
part.
and it's a very simple modification. It's not going to make a big difference in regards to delays or anything like that. You just wrap it, give you some protection on the side, and I think it'll make a big difference in articulation.
As long as they're not dealing with any setback issues there, I think that would be perfectly appropriate. Well, it is tight against the setback, so that might present a problem, but if it could be done without any kind of a variance, then yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Because we could check with staff. I think a canopy could encroach
You
up to
can-
30
yeah.
inches into a
Projections,
setback.
yeah.
But we could check. But that was just a simple idea.
Yep.
Just wanted to share that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, and as for my thoughts, I also, sorry, the public portion's closed. I also am in agreement that I am in support of the project. I think overall it is nicely done. There are those, minor comments that fellow board members and staff went ahead and stated that I am in agreement with. The arched windows on the stair, I think, didn't feel it was integrated. I like the arch window in the front. I kind of want to make it a little bit wider even. I feel like it proportionally would look much nicer. I think the header height of the windows being at 10 feet, I would ask that you and your architect look at that once more, because really you're ending up with a 5-foot sill all around, and I don't know if you realize that you're gonna want that on the inside of your house, right? Your sill, if your window's a 5-foot tall window and your header's at 10 feet high, you're ending up with the bottom of your window kind of at this level, which doesn't seem right. But then again, it would change the proportionality if you end up extending it down. So I think you really need to look at that once more. The header height of your front door, for example, is at 7 feet, which is standard. But your window, you can see, is much taller. So I think let's take a look at that and make sure you're in agreement with that. But overall, I think it's a nice addition, and it's in my neighborhood, and I welcome it, so I'm in support.
So there are several comments, so depending on who makes the motion, then I could kind of go over what I have. If you would like to do it that way, or should I just kind of go over what I have so far?
I think we made several comments, sort of amended some of your,
Yes.
right?
So what I have was sounded like we're going to strike the first condition about, because there was one, board member Simonian did have some concerns regarding the roof pitch, but then there was another board member that felt that it worked better and was consistent with the guidelines.
In the spirit of time, I'm okay keeping the pitch as is, and I agree with Board Member
Okay.
Welsh. I think just the design, if we could get away from a double hip, as you guys are suggesting, and to go
And
with
simplify.
a simplify with a hip design, something like this. So if this is the garage.
Yeah.
Just a simple ridge, sloping,
Okay.
something like that, but same pitch, same everything, so the sections won't change.
Okay, so I think if you just eliminated the words including reducing the roof pitch from condition 1, I think it would work fine.
Okay, well, that's how we will amend that, to restudy the overall design of that roof, but by simplifying it by introducing a single hip. And clear glass for the windows.
Instead of,
So restudy the exterior muntin grid patterns to be more proportional, for example, or
Or
removing
eliminate
it.
them.
or eliminate
or
them,
eliminate
I
yes.
don't want
Yeah.
to
grid
tie
pattern.
their hands with the elimination,
Okay.
but I think that it can be restudied if they want to keep
we'll
the
just
mountains.
keep that
Or,
plus or make clear glass.
And it'll be up to you.
Okay. The comment number 3 that staff had regarding,
I think that
Do
one
you agree?
can stay. I think that's
Okay.
appropriate.
what about the stucco texture? Remember those points I brought up earlier? Do we want to go with the smooth, which is what is shown on the elevations?
It's shown in the
I
renderings.
mean,
is-
on the spec, it showed smooth, but the renderings showed textured.
Oh, does it? I can't tell.
I don't have a strong
30-70
opinion.
finish or smooth, I guess, is there a preference? I
Yes.
don't really have a
I don't,
preference.
I
it's
don't have a
not
preference, so.
that critical, I think, either. Because it's not a very
Okay,
obvious,
then we'll just
large
leave it just to be
texture.
consistent throughout. Meaning, we're not gonna, you're not conditioning to do this or that, just be
Correct.
be
Consistent
consistent.
with the drawing.
Okay.
Correct. I will say, though, I mean, he clarified already that it's the bronze color, not the white.
Right, we'll
and
just
it's-
make sure it's all consistent with
Right.
the specs.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then condition number 4, I think we were all in agreement about that needs some restudying there, including making it a more, actual porch as opposed to the tight angle there, so I think
So we'll
that's,
leave that. There was some comment, though, as a suggestion, maybe pushing it out a little bit, or should we just kind of wait and see what the applicant comes up with that works best, given their, the
think-
constraints?
Right,
that they have?
understand, or if, hopefully he's listening and can understand what our
I
comments
can
are.
get him back on the line.
No, I don't think that's necessary, but it seems like they have space with that 15-foot setback, so they
Yes.
have opportunity to go ahead and address that front porch a little nicer.
I have introduced a more defined entry, and then by perhaps pushing it out a little forward. Something like, okay. Another comment that I had was about the arched windows on the staircase to be rectangular as opposed to arched.
I would just say restudy the
Restudy.
window design of those windows.
Okay.
I'm sure
do
staff
that.
can help guide them to do something that is a little bit more harmonious with the overall design aesthetic.
Okay, so restudy the arched windows on the staircase. And remove the light fixtures on either side of the front picture window. So limiting it just to entry doors typically is what the board has
You
suggested.
could have some recessed lights pointing down in the eaves, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, or ground lights going up.
Yes, sight light. Okay, and then,
Sorry, I do have one more comment, and I didn't say it, and I don't know if you guys agree, but the rear elevation has a bump out on the second floor that everywhere else around the house has those rafter tail details coming out, which I think will be a nice addition to that rear elevation, if you're in agreement, like right here.
Yeah, I think that would be consistent.
Yeah.
so let me go back to that rear elevation real quick.
Right there.
This is it.
Yeah.
So to expose the rafter tails underneath the
Yeah, I
second
think-
floor?
I think it would be a nice,
Okay.
it could be a consideration, or if I'm not that strong about it, but
consider?
Consideration is
Okay.
okay, especially because they probably wouldn't actually be exposed rafters, they'd probably be just tacked up.
Yeah, tacked on.
yeah.
Okay, so consider adding rafters underneath the second floor at the rear.
And then
And-
finally, we talked about the north elevation, right?
Yes, I was about to go over that. So I have on the north elevation, there was some concerns regarding the massing there. And so the one way to articulate that would be, or that facade, let me get to it, is by extending or wrapping the first floor roof to that left side. And
Yes.
here.
Yep.
And that's all I have. Do I have a motion?
Well, I'll move the approval with conditions, with the original 4 conditions as revised, and the additional supplemental ones that we just covered.
Okay. That was Board Member Welch made the motion for approval with the conditions and
I'll
the
second it.
revisions to staffs. And that was a second by Board Member Simonian, Board Member Welch. Board Member Welch?
Oh, are we voting? Yes.
Yes, okay. Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Member Kaskanian?
Yes.
Chairperson Chagayan?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I will do the next presentation as well. So let me now get
We are
in
moving
the-
on to 127 Concord Street.
Yes. Shift gears here from residential to industrial.
All right.
Okay, so this next project
you.
is located at 127 Concord Street, and the project is located in the IMU zone, industrial mixed use, or industrial, commercial mixed use. The project involves the construction of a new 5-story, 50-foot high, plus 2 basement storage levels of a personal storage facility, which will propose 112,216 square feet, including 869 square feet of office space. On the ground level, the mini personal storage is proposed in terms of quantity, approximately 985. They're grading 17,500 cubic yards. So I had noted something differently in the report, so it's a typo. We've addressed that. And I just wanted to clarify that. And there is a parking reduction that was originally approved by the planning hearing officer. The parking shortfall was again approved through the parking reduction. So they're providing 7 on-site spaces and 9 across the alley, all on grade. And the project is exempt from CEQA review as a Class 32 infill exemption. Existing site characteristics, the subject site is 21,345 square feet. Why don't I get to that really quick? Involving 3 separate parcels. 2 parcels, 2 and 3 lie north of the alley, and then 1 parcel, parcel 1, lies south of the alley. The location is, again, on Concord Street to the east, Wilson Avenue to the north, and there's the 20-foot wide alley, public alley, mid-block separating north and south parking lots. And existing developments, there currently are proposed to be removed, involves 2 industrial, vacant commercial, vacant buildings and parking lots. And 1 was built in 1950. That's the 127 Concord Street brick building at 16,772 square feet. And then there's a single-story, 1,200 square foot industrial building at 111 Concord Street. But none of those buildings meet any criteria for historic designation. This is the subject site on the corner of Wilson and Concord. And San Fernando Road, the railroads are a block away to the west. And this is the site plan for the project. Some context. In the surrounding areas, primarily 1-story with some, there's a 2-story across the street. Residential is further nearby, but to the east, but surrounded by industrial uses throughout. Some renderings of the proposed building. So this rendering here would be where the tucked under on-site parking is proposed, and that would be accessed from the alley. This would be the corner of Wilson and Concord. So they have a corner cutoff that they've introduced to articulate that corner facade. They've incorporated some landscaping to, again, provide some massing relief throughout, and that would also be something that they've proposed along their with the Wilson Avenue street facade. Again, they've kind of pushed in or created some offsets within the building facade to more at a pedestrian level, again, to create that or mitigate potential blocky mass perceived from the street. And this would be the Wilson facade, and this would be the Concord Street facade. This is the main access to that office space or leasing office. These are the photos of the existing buildings that we discussed earlier, the alley, and then the brick buildings, the 127, and then the off-site parking again across the alley. So they're using a combination of materials, metal, stucco, glazing. So again, that combination of material helps, again, soften the design of the building, the massing, and provide that appropriate relief, considering this will be one of the more taller buildings in that area, or on that corner specifically. Some additional elevation views along the east and west. Floor plans. Landscaping. And with that, I'll go over, staff's recommendation is to recommend approval to the board with the conditions that we are suggesting in the report regarding providing more details regarding the junctions where the different materials intersect, and then corner details for staff's review and approval, provide details that show how the materials will wrap corners and how they will meet and terminate appropriately. Future signs will require a separate permit, so that's not being reviewed or approved here today. So it's just a point of clarification that will require a separate permit and separate review. Submit an exterior lighting proposal, including site lighting for the parking areas to comply with code and also to be consistent, the design to be consistent with the design of the building. And to clearly show all rooftop mechanical equipment and required screening for staff review and approval. So with that, I will conclude my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Do we have any questions for staff? No?
One question, just to be clear. So they're not proposing to privatize the public alleyway to have a controlled access or anything like that?
No, no. It will remain public.
Okay.
I had a question regarding the plans versus the renderings. They appear, the floor plans don't show any glazing, any doors. It's just solid wall all around, which was throwing me off. So I'm assuming we should be referencing the renderings for
Yes.
the layout.
Yes.
Okay,
And the applicant's here and they will respond to that.
okay. All right, any further questions for staff? No? Okay, so I think we can open the public hearing. Would the applicant or the architect like to come up first? Or you want to come up together? Okay. Please introduce yourselves.
Good evening, Commissioners. Mike Diakos, Insight Property Group. I'm with Yasser Mohammed from Magellan Architecture. He's our architect of record on this project. I'm going to be fairly brief, but I just wanted to thank the City of Glendale as well as staff and Milka. Milka has really given us a great deal of her time throughout this process, which has been about 18 months now. This has been so far an 18-month entitlement. There's been several rounds of comments throughout the process, many of which have related to design and really prepping ourselves for this hearing today. And I think that's one of the reasons, or the main reason why you see such a well-designed building, with plenty of landscaping and aesthetically pleasing. Operationally, we plan to hold this property long-term and really maintain it well. We manage all of our facilities across the country, and it'll be no different with this facility in-house through our name brand Secure Space, and really pride ourselves on customer experience, creating a very safe and clean facility. We'll have a 24-hour video surveillance system, both on the interior of the building and exterior of the building, as well as 2 property managers on site during all store hours, monitoring guests as they come and leave. With that said, I'll introduce Yasser to present on design.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you again for your time. Like you said, my name is Yasser Mohammed with Magellan Architecture. We had a presentation, but I think we were having some technical difficulties with getting it on here. But your question about the windows, you are correct. This was kind of when we were doing this planning stage, we were kind of doing just that building outline, so the windows aren't exactly as they would be on the plan. But you should reference the renderings. In general, we did a lot of coordination with Milk and the planning staff to make sure that everything was done by the standards of the Glendale City codes. We at first moved the building back from the alley about 5 feet to make sure we had the correct backup turning spaces to come out of the alley and be able to put cars into the loading spaces properly. Like Mitha said, we have, I think the required landscaping is about 5%, and we have, I think, 7 to 10% on both sides of the alley, so we have more than is required. Once again, what was said is the building got notched back, so we took some square footage away from our building so that we could create some nice opportunity for pedestrian traffic right next to the building. You'd have landscaping right next to it. Also on the side where you're across the alley, there's an additional landscape finger that we added in there to make sure that we could add more trees and add more vegetation. And then the original design that we had is not the one we finished here. We worked a lot with planning to make sure that a lot of the articulation and the colors and the spacing of the metal panels, the materials, the CMU split face versus the precision is kind of just breaks up the typical massing of a block building of a storage facility, which is typical of that design. Other than that, I appreciate your time. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for,
Yes.
yes, Mr. Mohammed?
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come out, and thank you for the detailed set. I had a follow-up question in regards to really the material board as on sheet A3.20 and how it relates to the materials as depicted on the facades and also on the renderings. And at least with this set, I'm unable to really locate the keys on the elevations. And so I also noticed that between the renderings and the elevations, there's a discrepancy in like color. So in other words, you know, we have a corner situation here and this looks gray. And then the elevations have a more of a lighter.
I think it has to do a little bit with how the rendering was done, so there's like more sun on one. It should be the same colors all the way throughout.
So what's, you knowing the building, what's the easiest way, because there are no keys for, and that's the point of today, is to talk
Well,
about
the-
materials and
yeah,
how
the-
it looks. So how's the, what would be the easiest way for you to take a moment or two, maybe with the four facades, if we put them up, of tying it in with the material? So in other words, if, on this sheet right here, we have the materials at the bottom, and one, it seemed as though the one on the left was a smooth, lighter color, and then the block next to it, number 2, is more of a split face, dark.
Yes.
And then we have the dark anodized color, which is M3, and then we have 2 types of corrugated metal, M1 and M2, M1 being lighter and M2 more of a bronze. So walk us through it so we have a
the
better
colors,
idea.
it's a little bit misleading, I can understand. So the 2 colors, the panels that look like a bronze and a gold, it's kind of, we took that out of the actual spec book that shows the materials. It's not the actual color. Color would match much closer to what you would see in the elevations with this be like a gray and a lightish white, where it's pretty much strips of panels that are interlocked together all the way throughout the entire facade. This is just showing kind of how it's a bit ribbed, the 2 different panels. And they show a gray panel which is more of a flat panel all the way around. You'd have the blue color as well as the dark gray colors around the side of the building.
And so let's say, for example, in the top facade, the north-south elevation, well, the elevation on the top.
Yeah.
Is the idea that the corrugated metal where the signage is, it kind of differentiates itself between the lighter and the darker? Is there bands of it going
There's
across?
just bands constantly over it. It's a little bit more of a random pattern, but they have, one of them has almost like a 3-fold, and then one of them has a 2-fold, and they
Right,
interlock
okay.
with each other, yeah.
And basically, everything between the spandrels is the darker M3? Like the inset solid
yes,
material?
correct.
And then to tack on to his questions, are there 2 different glazing specified?
So we would have portions of the buildings, most of the ones that are like stripped single would be more spandrel glass, and then the big blocks of windows would be vision glass, so you can actually see through the facade. Did that to be able to add a little bit more net rentable square footage in the building while also adding a pedestrian active experience where they can look into the building.
So does that change your, because I think your layout has all the storage rooms like all on the perimeter,
and
right?
this-
So the
it-
layout is
it's-
not
it
accurate
needs to
to,
change a little bit,
okay.
yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
just to finish up my question, Madam Chair. So on the south side, let's say on sheet A 2.01, there are spaces along the, well, there's storage as depicted on the south side, along the southern perimeter at the moment. And then that elevation, if we could put the south elevation up,
It's that bottom right one.
is it the bottom
That's
one?
the bottom,
Bottom, the
yes.
one on top is
This
the
is where
north.
the tucked underneath parking spaces are that's visible from facing the alley. That would be this.
And so with that bottom facade, the glass element is a spandrel and it's opaque. That's the
On
idea.
the south side,
Correct.
there's no glass on the south side.
Oh, so what is that blue?
So it'll be more like a flat metal panel with reveals that'll be in the blue color.
So that's the M1 material?
Yes.
Or M3, sorry.
The gray looking one. It'll be more of a flat, I don't know.
The mini micro rib
Yeah,
weathered
the
zinc?
A5.5 shows it pretty well on there.
Have you, well, I had some thoughts on it, but maybe I'll talk about it later. But is there a specific reason why the language of the facade really changed on the south side? Because it was so articulated on the east and on the north side. There's so much variety, interest, and all of a sudden you turn the corner, which is going to be very visible, and then it becomes very bland all of a sudden, and I'm wondering what the mindset was behind that.
I mean, we tried to a little bit do some wayfinding with the loading area where that blue color, where the secure space blue would show that this is the kind of the main entry for you to come to. I can understand how if we were to wrap that corner with the same metal panels up to that area, that could make sense. But yeah, that was kind of the thinking behind that.
I see. Okay.
Okay,
Those were my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. Any other questions for the architect or applicant? No? Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
I do have another speaker card, Nabil Manahed? Sorry if I'm saying it incorrectly. Nabil, Nabil, for Concord. Okay, maybe they left. Do we have any callers?
No callers.
Okay, then we can go ahead and close the public hearing and start deliberation. Mr. Welsh.
Okay. Well, by the standards of most self-storage places, I think it certainly, is at a much higher level of design detailing and aesthetic quality. So I applaud that. Not that that's necessarily a very high bar, but, I do appreciate the effort in going into it. I was a little flabbergasted by the 2 stories of excavation for it to create additional storage down there. It's like, I don't know that that's normal, but again, if it meets code, I guess it is what it is. So, I mean, I generally think that the design is well executed. I think it's done, especially, if all we're going on is the renderings, not the plans, because as the board chair pointed out, there's a mismatch there between what's showing there. So it's hard to do the justice. But if we're all stipulating that what we see in the elevations is what we're basing our decision on, then I think that's fine. I like the way that corner was pulled back rather than trying to do like a curved corner or something like that. That would just increase the mass. Pulling it away from the corner, I think, helps lessen the impact of that at that corner, because it is close to residential neighborhoods, so we have, even though this is an IMU zone, I still want to be cognizant of the fact that of only about two or three lots away are single-family homes and some apartment buildings and stuff like that. So some consideration of not being too overwhelming is appreciated there. And just, I guess that's about it. I don't have much to comment on. I think that Like others, I was a little confused by the blue there on the south facade. I did think that that was glass for some reason, but if it could be glass and still done in your signature brand blue, you know, that might be something to consider, because it is just a straight wall, solid materials. And you've done such a good job breaking up all the rest of it with different banding materials, windows, verticals and stuff like that. So I think that you did more justice on the other elevations than you did on the south. And since the south is effectively your most public-facing one, I think you might consider, you know, doing some additional glazing, you know, for that to help that. I think those are my only comments, but generally I'm in support of it moving forward.
Thank you, Board Member Welsh. Board Member Koskanian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with my fellow board member. Overall, I like the design of the storage, self-storage unit. I don't have as much to say about it, but I do support the project.
Thank you. Board Member Simonian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo my board member's thoughts. It is well-designed. It's a compact site, and it's a lot of square footage to fit onto it. And it's done well. You've certainly designed a beautiful industrial building that goes beyond kind of the industry standard, but at the same time, you're asking for a lot of height and density for this specific area. So I think it was well worth effort to spend the time doing that. And as you can see, you haven't had any opposition really come by, and it is done tastefully. I think the overall rendering, let's say, as depicted on A5.20, that's kind of what I'm judging it by. There's so many discrepancies, but I'm kind of trying to hone it in and saying, well, if this is what we're talking about, it's very well done. And similarly, the Concord elevation, the east elevation, is very well done. The way you kind of have the multiple landscaping pockets and defining the building entry. The top elevation, I think it's really a pretty industrial self-storage facility. And so if you kind of continue this language, at least the top portion of it, on the south side, as you can see, it's predominantly metal siding and some glass. And maybe the vertical pieces could be placed where your loading dock is as a focal point. But overall, I think that south facade, especially because of the height, especially as if you're driving up San Fernando, you're going to really, after Baxter, after some of the industrial stuff south of you, there's not that many tall buildings until you get close to the freeway. And so that's a worldwide, worthwhile effort. So I would just condition that you work with staff to itemize the elevations with keynotes, so it's a little more specific as to your language, and at the same time integrating some of the east facade design language onto the south. And for example, on sheet A5.3, you know, where you have really the entry, the top elevation, you have the glass, and then you have the solid pieces up top, the solid gray as a terminus to the glass. That, I think, works really well because in a way it kind of creates a cornice type of a situation, and you could do a similar language on the south side. So I think that is very well done. But overall, I commend the design. I think it's took a lot of effort. You've really worked out the entry and the circulation, and you were able to fit a lot of GLA into a small site. And so, job well done, but I think some of these conditions will just make sure it's just a nicer building moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I agree. I, of course, was judging based on the renderings as well, had to ignore the plans. The south facade, I am in agreement. It kind of like loses the vocabulary of just the rhythm of the glass breaking up with the metal. I think taking the condition that Board Member Simonian was stating is really going to help it. I also feel like the rhythm of the change in color stopped at that south elevation. I kind of liked that you have this random pattern along the facade, but then when you turn to the south, it's majority of it is the solid one color where your sign is. So I think carrying that rhythm of the random pattern will help that as well. And of course, adding the glass. And otherwise, I'm in support of the project. I appreciate that it's not just a giant 5-story box because it's a storage building. So I'm in support. Thank you.
So we can go over some of the comments real quick.
Sure.
It sounded like we want to keep the 4 suggested conditions from staff, or?
Yes, let's just go over
Sorry,
it
there
one
were
more
5.
time, sorry. Material intersections, yes, I would agree. How they wrap the corners, yes. All signs, yes.
I would also add to number 2, and also tying in the material board
Yes,
to the elevation.
to the
I
elevation.
actually had that as a separate condition.
Okay.
To properly key the material legend and correspond to the material palette.
Yes,
And to clearly depict windows on the floor plan, again, to correspond to the elevations and renderings.
yes,
And to integrate the cladding or continue the rhythm of the east facade around the back to the south facade. You had, though, our board member Simonian pointed out something specific,
how the
and maybe I
glass.
didn't get that. If there was a specific area along the east facade or just in its entirety?
It was, as maybe a tag on to that last comment that condition that you had drafted. Oh, sorry,
Get closer.
I had it off, sorry. It's, yeah, it's, I would say the design language as depicted on the top elevation, where there is the solid gray, sheet metal or pieces
Oh,
that
okay.
terminate the glass. That is a nice design language compared to the spandrel that just goes clear across from bottom to top as depicted on the south. So just kind of mimicking and wrapping the design language of that east facade over with that detail.
And, well, that was the extent of the additional comments, so, and then the last one that staff suggested was about the rooftop equipment to clearly depict it. So we'll keep the 5 suggested conditions, and then we'll add the additional 3, really, so to, again, depict the windows on the elevations properly, to properly key the materials to the elevation by way of a legend, and also to correspond to the material board palette properly, and then to integrate or continue the rhythm of the east facade along the south facade.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the project with the conditions?
I'll move to approve the project with the stated conditions.
A second?
Second by Board Member Kaskanian. Okay, Board Member Simonian made the motion.
Yes?
Board Member Simonian, yes. Board Member Kaskanian.
Yes.
Board Member Welch.
Yes.
And Chairperson Chagayan.
Yes,
Motion carries 4-0.
thank you. Okay, I think our next case is 5120 Fine Hill Avenue. And I think
With me outside.
after this one, we can take a little break. If you guys are good with that, after this case.
I'm going to do her PowerPoint.
Eileen's
She's
on
getting her?
She's
Okay.
coming. Yep. Just a minute.
Thanks, everyone, for hanging in with the heat in here. Yeah, it's not,
Yes, apologies, they're still
yeah,
regulating it.
they're
so.
still, okay. We blame the heat wave.
This was Central.
And I'm gonna take the other two that were just heard, if you
Oh.
don't mind.
3, or we had a Barra.
We had-
So this person didn't, did not come up, or when called.
Oh, they did not?
No.
Okay, great.
So
I'm
they
just gonna
must have
throw this
left.
away.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Central, thank you. Yes, Ms. Bobbitt, go ahead and please start.
Good evening, Design Review Board members. Nice to see you all. And also members of public. The case before you, it's a design review case with case number PDR 001346-2023 for a proposed development located at 5120 Fine Hill Avenue. The project site is a 9,720 square foot lot. It's an interior lot located in R1, floor area ratio District 2. R1 zone stands for low density residential, and as I mentioned, the floor area ratio is 2. The lot is regular in shape, similar to the other neighboring properties. It is sloping up gradually from the street, and it slopes up along the street from the south to north. The lot is developed with an existing 1,827 square foot, one-story house with an attached two-car garage built in 1955. The project is proposing to construct a new 1,582 square foot second-story addition and a new 87 square foot one-story addition at the front entry area of this house. The total floor area addition will be, with the total floor area after the additions will be 3,496 square feet. There are no proposed changes to the existing driveway, and also the location of the garage is going to remain the same. The garage door is going to be replaced. No indigenous protected trees have been identified on the site or within 20 feet of the lot. And the existing house doesn't appear to be eligible for listing in the Glendale Register of Historic Resources. Therefore, it's not considered historic resource under CEQA. On this slide, you can see the subject site in relation to the neighboring properties to the side, to the rear, and across the street. On this slide, you can see the street elevation of the proposed project along with the adjacent building to the north and to the south. In terms of the site planning of this project, you can see the existing site plan and proposed site plan on this slide. And as you can notice, there is no change to the existing footprint of the building here, because essentially the addition is a second-story addition, and the small addition at the first floor, which is the 87 square foot addition, is going to be at the entry area, which basically infills the existing porch area. There is no change to the existing street front setback of 26 feet. And also the existing landscaping is going to remain unchanged, which seems to be complementary to the overall building design. Also should mention that there are not going to be any change to the existing boundary walls, planter, and retaining walls. On this slide, you can see the roof plan at the first level and also the roof plan at the second floor. The highlighted area on the first floor roof plan shows the area of the roof which are going to remain unchanged. Here I put the floor plan of this project, the first floor plan and second floor plan. The highlighted area on the first floor shows the small addition at the entry of the house. And the highlighted area for the second floor plan is the rear balcony, or basically walkway to the rear backyard. In terms of the mass and scale of this project, staff believes the proposed second-story addition is integrated well into the overall design by creating setbacks and articulations on elevations. The second story addition follows the site topography by designing the taller portion of the building on the upper slope side of the property to avoid overbearing forms to the neighboring properties. The context of the neighborhood within 300 linear feet here in this project is primarily one-story homes. There is only one two-story home across the street from the subject house. With having the primarily one-story houses within the 300 feet linear, staff still believes the overall mass and scale of this project with the proposed condition staff proposed conditions are going to be appropriate and relate to the context. Staff is recommending conditions to reduce the overall height of the second-story addition and also reduce the height of the front entry area, along with the one-story addition, which is basically the new foyer or the new staircase area at the front. Interior staircase. I should also mention that the overall height of this house is going to be 28 feet, which is the maximum height limit in this zone. And the proposed roof design here is a combination of hipped and gabled roof, which basically following the pattern of the existing roof and also follows the pitch of the existing roof, which is 5 foot in 10 feet. The proposed two-story addition here, the second-story addition here, with also the rear balcony, doesn't create privacy conflict with the neighboring properties because of the site topography, the distances that this building has from the neighboring properties, and also because of the existing tall landscape buffer on the both sides of the house. On this slide, you can see the 3D rendering of the subject design. Views from northwest and view from southeast. Here on this slide, we have two side elevations of this project and section drawing. For the design and detailing of this proposed addition and also alteration on the facade, the proposed distribution of the materials, the colors, design, the type of stucco finish here, the stone veneer which is proposed here, composition, roof material, roof fascia, eave detail, the primary door, also the metal gates and railing, all together are consistent and reinforce the proposed contemporary design concept here, which is appropriate to the neighborhood context. The new front entry porch the location is similar to the existing entry, which provides a focal point and relates to the neighborhood pattern. And as I mentioned, staff is recommending a condition to reduce the overall height of the entry area along with the roof. The new windows here for the second-story additions are going to be white fiberglass windows, recessed within walls without exterior seal or trim, with a combination of picture, casement, and sliding windows. Staff recommends condition of approval for the windows as to provide exterior seals for all windows throughout the house, appropriate to the overall design and detailing. Condition to modify the existing flush windows at the first floor to be recessed within walls, similar to the proposed recessed window at the second floor, so that all the windows throughout the house will be consistent and appropriate to the overall design. And also a condition to reduce the size of the front picture window at the entry area to be basically appropriate to the overall design and proportion. In the conclusion, staff recommends approval of this design review case with 5 conditions, which I mentioned to you. Conditions to reduce the overall height of the second-story addition, condition to reduce the height of the one-story addition along with the entry area at the first floor, reduce the size of the front picture window, provide exterior window seals for all windows, and also to modify the existing flush windows on the first floor. Before I conclude my presentation, I want to mention that staff received 5 comments in opposition of this project. All the comments were provided to you for your consideration. With this, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for staff? Yes, Board Member Simonian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to, I think it was the 5th condition where staff is recommending recessing all the existing windows on the first level. How many windows does that entail? And is it staff intent to kind of prescribe doing that on, let's say, the side facades and the rear, et cetera? How many windows?
The condition, Board Member Simonian, it's considering for all sides. But it's up to the board if you want to exclude some elevations
Okay.
from applying this condition.
The only addition on the first floor is the front porch. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. And I noticed that the upper windows, or, as depicted, let's say in the rear facade, even on the lower window of the of the rear facade, the 2 side windows are very narrow. Are those existing?
Are you referring to the first floor?
Yeah, for example, the window on the left, thank you for bringing that up, the lower left window.
Yes, they are existing.
I see, yeah, because I saw them in your pictures as well. And is that a casement window? Is the middle?
It shows as a casement window for,
I
you're
see.
referring to the black color windows, right?
No, he means the left one, right?
The left one, the lower left window where it has a,
I think it's a slider window. It's not a
and the left and
casement.
right sides are sliding, the narrow pieces are the sliders?
I can very quick look at the window schedule.
Because I noticed that's what's being proposed on the top as well, with the elevations depicting that kind of a slender. And
I think it's the center.
more specifically, in the bedrooms, I don't know if that even meets exiting. But we'll have to kind of look into that, and I will look into that as the
I
presentation goes
think,
by.
yeah.
It's an existing
point.
window. They are not going to change that window in terms of the size. And as far as I remember, the windows on this house have been replaced a couple of years ago. And if it was an egress type of windows for a bedroom, I'm sure it met the requirement for an egress window. So I don't have the dimension of that window on the window schedule. But maybe we can ask the designer and applicant about that window.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? No? Okay. I think we can open the public hearing and invite the applicant up, Tina Gugassian. Hello, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tina Gugassian. I'm the applicant and project designer, and this is also my family home. My parents purchased it 20 years ago, and they renovated the lower portion that you see almost completely. And so now with our growing family, we're adding the addition. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay.
I can begin with the window question. It was all replaced. All the windows were replaced, and they were all in 2004. They were all replaced, and those are sliders. The two small windows are sliders, and it's consistent across the house. So it must have met code at that time.
And that's the correct proportion, is that slender?
It's about 12 inches, yeah.
And your rear facade, the back-facing facade, has the balcony that's split level, and then it has stairs coming down. What's the thought process with that, more specifically, with the connection of the stair coming down?
The best part of our house is the backyard. So we didn't want to isolate the second-story addition from that. And so we were attempting to create a connection that would go down both from one of the smaller bedrooms that you see the doors to and the family room. So that large walkway is just leading everyone down to the backyard, so you don't have to go around the house that's the only way to access it, actually.
Thank you.
Of course.
If I can just follow up on that, but why not just have the second floor in the same plane? Why have a split level?
If you look at the section, you will see that the first floor has a very tall living room and much shorter bedrooms. And the only way we could allot the square footage that we needed and stay within the height limit was to lower the two side bedrooms and transition from the higher family room to the two smaller bedrooms down. So it's, I think the section shows it quite clearly. There's a height difference that we're trying to compensate for, and still have at least 8-foot ceilings, so we're not too compressed. So that's the reasoning.
Okay. Another question was, in that master bathroom, there seems to be one little double hung window that's like the only style of that in the whole house. Why are you proposing to just keep that instead of just making it more consistent with?
You're speaking to the existing, right?
Correct. It's on the first floor.
Well, that bathroom is completely tiled and very beautifully finished. So in fact, the whole house is. So we tried to respect as much of the existing as we could. I realized there's a desire to push some of the existing windows back. And perhaps on that side of the house that is neither visible to anyone from the street, nor to us. I mean, it's just a side walkway. We were hoping we could keep at least that side, but that's the reasoning. We're trying to not disturb the existing windows as much as possible.
Okay. The chimney that's there in that north elevation, it seems to be the full width all the way up to the top. Are there fireplaces in both of those rooms?
And there's
The-
the fireplace is on the lower level. It's the existing fireplace. It's a
But there's not going to be one on the
no,
second floor?
No, we're
Okay.
just continuing the flue up for
Okay.
visual effects.
Okay. All right, I understand. And did you explore other alterations in the roof forms when you were designing this? Like maybe not having it quite as steep, or perhaps a hip roof design in some of the elements?
Yes, we studied this. We started this project about 3 years ago. So we went through many iterations and studied the roof in many forms. And this simpler roof formation that matches the existing slope of the roof area that we are keeping was our best solution in the end, because it both keeps the roof free of any valleys, any problem areas, and I think visually it carries through the language of the existing house enough to make it feel like it always intended to be this way, not an add-on.
I see. And on that front bedroom that sits on top of the garage, you have a little push out there, a little protrusion. Why that?
It was a design suggestion that came up at one point, and it felt appealing to sort of break it up a little bit. So it's just a design choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question to Board Member Welch's question, and it really relates to some of my initial questions as well. So the existing house has a flat slab, is that right? There is no stairs inside between the living room and the bedroom?
The living room is on grade. It steps up to go to the bedrooms and the kitchen, so there's a little bit of crawl space there.
So are the bedrooms and living room on the same
No,
finish elevation?
no.
So which one's higher?
The bedrooms are higher, and the living room is on grade.
I see. So the bedrooms has a crawl space underneath it.
Yes, the elevated part has a crawl space.
And so if you're trying to keep the same height, and if the bedroom is, so is the bedroom, so is the crawl space is underneath the existing right side of the building?
Underneath the kitchen and the bedrooms, yes.
Okay, so if I'm looking at sheet A1-104, and I'm looking at the top right diagram, and I assume that's the existing. You enter the house and you have the kitchen and living room on the left side,
Correct,
and then the bedroom's on the right side.
correct.
And the entire area looks flat to me. So where's the crawl space exactly as it relates to this diagram?
The majority of the crawl space is underneath the kitchen, and the reason is because the lot actually slopes, the side pathway slopes down, so there's actually a good amount of crawl space underneath the kitchen, so that's our main crawl space. And then, as you can see, once you get to the living room, you step down where you're going to exit into the backyard, and so that's where you're on grade already.
I see. And you mentioned that the difference in ceiling heights are being predicated by the fact that the existing ceiling in the living room is higher.
Correct.
And so if you're already adding a second story, you could really peg that at whatever height you want it to be. Because what I'm getting at is that the living room ceiling is higher. And so in order to now access the living room, you have a two-parted interior stair going up. And then you get yourself into the family room upstairs that then comes down again to the two bedrooms. So it's like you have a switchback stair going up, then there's another stair going to the family room, and then it's coming down again. And all this is causing the balcony in the rear to be on two different levels, so now you have stairs connecting those. And so if you just lower the living room and have it as the same height, and have the family room as the same height as the proposed bedrooms upstairs, you will eliminate a whole bunch of interior stairs, and at the same time will not require a balcony in the back that's so unusual with stairs connecting the top and bottom portion. And so that's why I think we're trying to hone in on the reasoning, because you could see there's something started out way back when, and you're trying to kind of design around it.
Well, the existing living room has a lot of built-in large fireplaces, stone. It has a lot of built-in elements, so we were trying to preserve that as much as possible. And if the back if the back walkway going down is bothersome, we can easily remove the exit from the smaller bedroom and just have it be a single walkway across. But we just felt it was a nice feature. But that's the reasoning, is we're trying to keep the feel of the original house without affecting much, while still accommodating the family room on top, if that would be acceptable.
I have no other questions.
So are you saying that today, right now, in the existing living room, the height of the ceiling is higher, even with the lower floor, than the other rooms on that same floor?
Yes, yes.
So even if there wasn't a step down, if it was at the same level, it would still have a higher ceiling?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And so that's what you're trying to maintain, and the new one is to maintain a separate ceiling height in that one room compared to the rest of the house?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a large room, and it has a beautiful feel to it. It's quite finished. So we're trying to preserve the integrity of the original design as much as possible.
Is the proposed new height in this revised one different? Is it taller than the current, or is it just kept exactly
No,
as it is?
it's just kept.
I see. Okay. All right, thank you.
I had a question regarding, if you can go to the front elevation. Yes, the roof on the right-hand side that just keeps continuing up. I know you're keeping the existing roof, but it looks like you're extending it and going up just to meet the new wall of the second story, right?
Correct.
Did you look at or consider a hip roof there where you can just tie the ridge back at a lower height, potentially at the same height as your previous single-story elevation?
We looked at different variations, and this felt like the simplest line. And it also was creating valleys that we weren't really very happy about. So we were just trying to keep a simple line. It was easy enough to extend the line. It was already aligned with everything. It was meeting the wall in the right place. So we just felt it might be a simpler and more visually appealing solution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for the applicant or any callers?
No callers.
No callers. Thank you.
If I may
Oh,
add
yes.
one thing, I know there was also a staff comment about lowering the entry vestibule ceiling or overall height, but I just wanted to explain that there's actually a stair that wraps around the corner and goes up, and the reason it is at the height that it is for headroom, to create the headroom that we need as the stair wraps and clears the head wall that is supporting the roof of that little new vestibule. So that's my only other comment.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
I have
Oh,
one last question,
yes.
Madam Chair. And I'm sorry, you mentioned this in the beginning, but I missed it. Are you currently residing in the house?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing and, oh, no speakers, they said. Oh. But we had the letters we received by email.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll open for deliberation. Board Member Kaskanyan, would you like to kick us off this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Overall, I think the materials used and the color definitely matches with the neighborhood, so I appreciate it. I went and I drove by the area, really nice. I do like the overall design of the house, and I do, I do support whatever our staff put as far as their comments.
Thank you, Board Member Koskanian. Board Member Welsh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, generally speaking, I like the design language that you've put together here. I think that stepping it away from the first floor facades to sort of step back that second story addition is appropriate. I'm struck though by a little bit of the overall massiveness of it. Typically, when I look at a front elevation, as you can see up there in the plan, the garage really pops out as like the most massive thing. And in this one, it doesn't. It's actually the rest of the house that really, kind of overwhelms the two-car garage. And that tells me something. That tells me that there's a lot of mass being put here. And, it is the largest home being proposed in the neighborhood. It is maxing out the height. So I think that's maybe it might be appropriate to follow staff's guidelines here and reduce that height a little bit. I get what they were trying to do in terms of keeping that first floor height in the living room. I can respect that. It's looks like it's about an 11-foot height, so it's not excessively tall. It's just nice and tall. But that doesn't mean you have to do the same thing and double it up on the second floor. I think that you could maybe reduce the overall height a little bit and still have that big cathedral ceiling on the second floor family room, and you'd still have a very spacious height, even if you brought the whole overall height of the house down, by a couple of feet to help lessen that massing. I'm not sure how to address the roof shape. That's why I asked about the hip roof thing at the front. Maybe that could help minimize some of that. I typically do like, a nice front-facing gable end like that, but it does reinforce the height, especially with the second gable end behind that. So if there was a way that second gable end, the one behind, could be brought down to be in line with the one in front, I think that might bring the overall mass down a bit and might address what is being talked about in staff's conditions. Otherwise, in terms of staff's conditions, I generally agree. I think that the reducing the height of the front addition, I'm not as concerned about that one as I am about the overall height. I think that's where I definitely prefer to see the condition imposed. I'm not sure I agree with condition number 5 about modifying existing windows. If they're existing windows, they're not being changed. I think it's a hardship to try and impose changing at all of the new additions, the new windows, old windows with new windows. So I'd be in favor of converting that into a consideration, perhaps. I think the stone-clad chimney being full width all the way up, I think is a little much. I don't think it's necessary. I think that it can still, accomplish what it needs to accomplish but reducing it down as it climbs up, as most traditional chimneys do. I think those would be my thoughts. I'd be curious to hear what anybody else might say about the roof forms and stuff like that. So those are my comments. Generally, I'm in favor of it, but I do want to make sure that we have those conditions. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Welsh. Board Member Simonian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I overall agree with Board Member Welsh and comments made. I could tell this has been sort of a passion project for you because you live there and you're a designer and you don't have much to work with in size of building size, right? And you're adding a second floor. And it's really easy to kind of get caught up with all the details that have been built into the house over the years and all the memories, and then try to preserve those while at the same time adding up programmatic elements as necessary for the addition, and pretty soon you start painting yourself in the corner, which is, I think, what's happened. And the reason why I'm saying that is I think the multiple switchback stairs, the different finished floor elevations is making it that much harder for you to try to design this simple addition. There are some very nice aspects to the design language. I'd like to point those out. I think, for example, the simplicity of the north facade and that language is quite nice. Now, I agree about the height of that roof portion, but if you just put that aside, the simplicity of the north facade is quite nice. And I do think that the chimney could get a bit thinner going up, but, you know, when I look at and compare the north facade to the south facade, there's so much going on in the south facade, and a lot of that is really being predicated about the differences. Yeah, so if you look at the bottom facade, it's very simple, soothing, and at the top, it starts to have a very grandiose, almost an old craftsman home feel to it. And if had you gone with the craftsman style, might have even worked that much better, because it just has that reminiscent look of a old grand, you know, craftsman. And so I think by lowering, and I agree with Board Member Welsh, if that portion of the second floor family room is lowered, the rear portion, in line with the front portion, that will simplify a lot of the roof and mass. I think it's hard to have it all, and so it's hard to maintain the living room height that you want, at the same time create, you know, the height that you need in the bedrooms, at the same time have a balcony in the rear, at the same time connect the balconies, at the same time put your exit stair coming down. It's your wish list. It's great. You're putting everything you want into it, but that's the whole point of this board, is the compromise. And so that is a bit much. And I think if you were just to propose, let's say, the balcony from the family room without the rest, at least that's something palatable where, well, okay, I have a balcony, we want some outdoor space. But once you start connecting that walkway, that balcony, and then start bringing in this exit stair, which it looks like an exit stair. And so I think that's a bit much as well. So I don't support that rear balcony, the split levels of it, and then the exiting. I do think the roof could be lowered. Overall, I'm in support of eliminating condition number 5. I do think that's a hardship for you to have to go and replace and move back all the windows. The language of your materials, I think, are soothing and that they're nice. But I would just add to that level of consistency throughout. And the height of the porch doesn't bother me as much either. I think the height of the roof kind of are a bigger issue, especially on a sloped street where views to the property to your north are going to be blocked. That said, you've done a very nice job kind of shifting the mass to the north side and also shifting the mass back, so you've done all those so correctly. And so as far as the overall site planning is concerned, I think it's spot on. So I think we're just working on that roof portion, and I think if you were get rid of the double roof formations in the front and just maintain the front piece going back, that gable going back, that will really add to it. And it might also simplify your interior stairs as well, because as you're going back on a switch stair to then have to go up to another set of stairs to get to the family room, to then come down into the bedroom, I think ultimately over the years you'll maybe think that's a bit much. But if you're able to solve it with a nicer stair going up, that will add to the value of the house as well long term, if you have a nice grand staircase in a sense. So those were some of my thoughts. I know some of it is more interior, which is outside our preview, but I think those items are in fact having a direct correlation with some of the mass that's being created. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Simonian. I agree with my fellow board members. I think there's a lot going on here, and really that north elevation, you said it spot on. That was I think the one that has the most cohesive simplified the vocabulary that works really well, I think you start to lose that in the south elevation and in the front facade. So I'm not a fan of the bump out on that front bedroom. It's only a 15-inch bump out, and it's really busy and distracting, and I think it's completely unnecessary, really, because you're drawing more attention to that mass than you need to. In complete agreement that the roof needs to come down. I can appreciate you're trying to maintain the existing part of the home and trying to work around it, but oftentimes that's, it's not gonna always be the best solution for you for the end result. I agree also that the stairs in the back are very busy and unnecessary. I can appreciate that you want that direct connection to your backyard, but I don't know if the condition, I don't know if your recommendation was to put a condition to completely eliminate it, or more so to hopefully simplify it, and I think it's too much right now. Even though it's not front-facing or street-facing, I just think it's taking away more from the design. You have that nice glass facade there. I think that portion speaks well, but then you tack on this giant, port or patio and stair that I don't think is working as nicely with it. Those are the extent of my comments. I still say the right-hand side, that roof, I don't think you need to extend it all the way up. You can tie it back at a lower level, and it would help sort of get rid of that mass of roof on the front facade. I agree that I don't believe that front entry statement was as much of an issue, but especially since the stairs are right there, I can see how that was worked out the best it could be with the planning of where it is, and I also am in favor of not having the existing windows being a condition to have to replace. With that said, I think, would you like to help repeat our comments?
Yes, sure. I do have your comments.
Thank you.
So from the 5 conditions, recommended conditions, what I'm hearing is that we're going to remove condition number 2 and condition number 5. Right? Condition for reducing the height of the front entry porch, and also condition to modify the existing windows.
Correct.
Okay. And we are going, I believe your comments about reducing the second front gable roof for the height, I don't know if it was to eliminate it entirely, but I do have a feeling that we can maybe combine it with condition number 1, which is about reducing the overall height. So if the roof at the second double gable roof, the goal is to be reduced, then that's going also to reduce the overall height of the second story addition.
Yes.
So maybe we can modify condition number 1 to include the modification of the double gable roof there. But what I understand, you don't want the second gable roof to be removed.
I think the idea I think is to remove the second gable roof and to have one gable formation on that north facade, I believe is the thought process.
So starting from the front, going all the way to the rear. Now, that might necessitate, just amongst ourselves here, that front portion of it has to go up a little bit.
And the back portion needs to come
And the back
down.
portion comes down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that's a reasonable compromise there.
This roof, right? The
Yes.
top
Yes.
roof. Okay, to be entirely removed.
So when you bring the rear one down and the front one up a little, to be able to become one.
Okay.
Which will in turn push the right side roof down as well.
Down as well, yeah.
that entire ridge will come down.
Correct, yes.
This roof.
That
right
ridge
here.
line too,
Okay,
yes,
cross
exactly.
gable,
That would
okay.
have to come down too, yes.
Okay, so we can modify condition number 1 and address the removal of the double gable and shifting the cross gable from the side means lowering it, right? Also,
And just, if I can ask the chair a clarification question, so when you said the right-hand side roof rising up, so basically you're talking about creating like a little flat pad with the little parapets?
No,
where
not a
it-
pad,
or you're
but just
talking
a
about
ridge.
changing,
Just change the, so take the hip
uh-huh.
and then carry the ridge back so that the roof,
But
do you see what I'm saying?
You'd have to have a flat area to accomplish that, I think. If
Where's the
I'm
roof
reading the plan correctly.
If it were to sort of, I don't know where, it's such a massive roof, right?
Yeah, but you'd have to change the pitch to do that.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to not change the pitch.
Oh, not, well, they're extending the roof though.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I think the goal is for them not to change the pitch, so it keeps consistent pitch all around the roof. And I
Yeah,
think
so to
that's
not
fine.
reframe it.
Right. So, I mean, I think we can encourage them to look at changing that so that that roof form doesn't climb up as high as possible, but I'm not sure exactly.
you're speaking about this roof, right?
Exactly,
Right.
right there, yeah.
What if we just, we've already prescribed lowering and getting rid of the double gable, which will in turn lower the right side ridge down as well, and then to overall restudy
Yeah,
even the lower portion roofs as well for a more
Okay,
consistent
yeah.
look.
sure.
That's fine, I agree.
I
Yeah.
would agree with that.
Let them work that out with
Give
staff.
them flexibility.
There's also one more thing that I want to mention for this project. With this roof at the first floor, the applicant was trying to maintain as much as possible to stay under 50% demolition. So
To consider it a
therefore,
remodel.
any modification we may have here for this existing roof, the project may lose its nonconformity rights. So therefore, I can't think of any solution here
That would help it work. Okay.
for the existing roof.
It's designing the new portion to be more in line or more cohesive with the existing would be
Okay.
And maybe it is
adding what we've
flattening
already
it.
added, but in doing so to be
Because
more
I'm
cohesive
not
with
sure that
the existing
actually-
structure.
Okay.
This portion they're talking about demolishing, so it's really just this lower
Yeah,
portion
it's
that they're
the lower.
keeping. So if they just kept it there and then went across
Went
there,
across, yeah.
or even went a little higher and then across there, something
Yeah.
like that. So there's definitely multiple options they can explore
Yeah.
without deviating from
Right.
the demolition requirements.
Okay. Board also had a comment about the chimney to be reduced in height.
Not reduce in height,
it's
reduce
the
the
width.
upper
The
mass.
width, the mass,
The
overall
upper
mass.
part, yes.
I'd be happy to just keep that a
Okay.
consideration, you know? I don't,
We can make it as a consideration?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, and your comments about the rear balcony, I believe with removing the double gable and reducing that area that with higher floor to ceiling, we will have the rear balcony to be in line. And I can put that as a condition as well.
Are you saying that the floor would then be in line? I don't think so. I think there would still be a
I
step
think there
up.
was a condition about the balcony to be more like in line rather than having a step
No, I think the
between.
idea, and I was the one that was talking about that, the idea is to simplify the rear balcony, so it's not split level, and also to eliminate the exiting.
Okay,
And so it would just, if they want to have a balcony, maybe it's just on the right side adjacent to the family room.
only in this area.
Correct.
And
But like a
eliminating
spiral
this,
staircase or something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that,
Something,
yeah.
I know.
you know, less
If
massive.
it's
Yeah.
crucial to have connectivity, something less intrusive than that kind of a stair, maybe a spiral staircase as being pointed out.
okay, but necessarily you are not conditioning the project to remove the
No,
access
we
to?
are.
We are.
Okay, you
Yes.
are?
Yes.
Okay,
And
The
from
way
the
it's
second,
laid
and
out,
from the
right.
bedroom there too. So the balcony should just be at the family room,
Okay.
not having that step-down portion, not having the stairs.
Right. So no stepping down and no balcony by the bedrooms and no exiting. It's just front of the family room.
okay. I have that as another condition here. Did we have comments about simplifying the interior stairs?
I think that's a consideration based on,
I don't think that that's
Everything
actually
else.
something for us to really
Right,
opine
agreed.
on. I think
Exactly,
that's,
because it's an interior
I just
floor
think
plan.
if they could accomplish both as a consideration. If they're lowering that height, then they might be able to simplify, which I think will live better. But it just, all these things are combined with one another. But we wouldn't mention it. I think we don't want to mention interior stairs. It's just if it's something that interests you, you should look into it.
Sure. I think that was all that I had, unless I missed any comments.
That was good. I think
Okay.
there was the comment about the bump out in the front, but if you guys are fine with it staying, then it can stay.
Oh, actually, I tended to agree with you. I mean, I asked the applicant about that as well. It didn't, I mean, I don't feel strongly about it, but
Yeah.
it didn't strike me as a necessarily a great added element to it, so I'd be happy to have it more just a flat plane.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe simplify it.
Yeah. Simplify.
So we are, which area is at the front?
The bedroom right above the garage, that
Exactly.
little bump out.
Simplify that, but, okay.
Yes.
Necessarily pushing it back or just simplify?
Just simplify.
Okay.
So with that clarification, I'll move the motion to approve with conditions as we've just been outlining for you.
Thank you so much. And who's seconding this motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you so much. This is a roll call. Board Member Kasakian,
Yes.
Board Member Welch,
Yes.
Board Member Simonian,
Yes.
Chair Takayan.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Can we take a 2-minute break?
Minute recess?
Yes, please.
All right, we're back. We're back on air.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we are moving on to our next case, 1315 North Central Avenue. Go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Cassandra Pruitt.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, board members, and members of the public. Thank you for your patience. I'm Cassandra Pruitt, case planner for the project proposed at 1303 to 1315 North Central Avenue with case number PDR 2209209. The project is to demolish a 37-unit apartment complex and construct a 131-unit apartment building. I would like to start my presentation by outlining the review process for the project. I think this will help the audience and others watching. The first step, which is this hearing, is to obtain a preliminary design feedback from the board regarding site planning, mass and scale, and design and detailing of the project. No decision regarding approval of the project will be made at this hearing today. The purpose of obtaining design feedback from the board is to enable the applicant to refine the project prior to submittal of the subsequent density bonus and design review applications. With those applications, a decision will be made. It is important to note that with this preliminary review, where no decision is being made, environmental review is not required and has not been conducted. Environmental review will be conducted with the subsequent density bonus and design review applications. It's also important to note that although the project being reviewed today reflects the use of state density bonus incentives in order to expand the project beyond the City of Glendale's base zoning standards, those standards are not part of the current review for this application or this hearing. If any member of the public has follow-up questions about this process, please feel free to reach out to me after the hearing by contacting the Planning Division. Now I will describe the project proposal and neighborhood context in terms of design review criteria. The subject site is located in central Glendale on the west side of Central Avenue. between East Glen Oaks Boulevard and Mountain Street. The lot fronts two streets on Central Avenue to the east and Viola Avenue to the west. The property features an 86,025 square foot lot that slopes down slightly from northeast to southwest. The project will be required to offer a street dedication on Viola Avenue, which brings the net lot size down to 85,545 square feet for the purposes of development standard calculations, except for the density calculation, which is calculated on the gross size of the lot. The site is located in the R1250 zone, which is the high-density residential zone. The zone allows one dwelling unit for every 1,000 square feet of lot area, a maximum floor area totaling 120% of the lot size, and a maximum of 3 stories in height. As described in the staff report, the project proposal exceeds these standards in compliance with state density bonus law for the provision of affordable housing. The basic development standards per density bonus law have been found to be in substantial compliance and will be further reviewed and refined in the subsequent density bonus application. The immediate neighborhood surrounding the subject site is also zoned R1250 to the northeast, south, and southwest, except for the area to the northwest, which is zoned R1-1, which is the most common residential zoning for single-family homes with the smallest floor area size allowed of 30% of the lot size. The existing site is developed with an apartment complex consisting of 3 two-story apartment buildings and associated parking garages constructed in 1957. These buildings are proposed to be demolished and replaced with the new development. No indigenous protected trees are located on or within 20 feet of the site. The project does propose some removal and replacement of trees on and in front of the property as shown on sheet L1 of the plan set, and which has been reviewed and supported by the city's urban forestry section in terms of the street trees. The building massing surrounding the subject site is 2 stories to the north, 1 to 3 stories to the east and south, 2 stories to the southwest, and 1 story to the northwest. The proposed multifamily project features 131 units.
Excuse me, sorry, can we please be a little respectful?
The proposed multifamily project features 131 units, 14 of which are affordable, with 3 to 6 stories in height, with 2 parking levels below, and a maximum 80-foot height, 2.3 floor area ratio, and 237 parking stalls. Again, these aspects of the project are not part of the review of this application or hearing, but are being mentioned since they directly impact the site planning and mass and scale of the project. The project includes 2 apartment buildings and a smaller 2-story leasing office. Primary access is from North Central Avenue, which includes pedestrian access to the building lobby, shown by the blue arrow on this slide, and then driveway access to the lower parking levels, shown by the single-headed red arrow. The 2 buildings are located at the north and south sides of the property, with a large open space courtyard in the center, and a smaller open space pool area to the west side of the property. A 4-story pedestrian bridge connects the 2 buildings, shown by the double-headed red arrow on the slide. The northernmost building ranges from 3 to 5 stories with 2 underground parking levels. The southernmost building ranges from 3 to 5 stories with 1 underground parking level and another parking level that also contains dwelling units. The building forms along Central Avenue are 3 stories, stepping in and upward towards 5 stories towards the west. At the southwestern area of the site facing Viola, the building is considered to be 6 stories per the zoning code. And then facing the single-family homes at the northwest is 5 stories. I will now briefly run through the renderings to show the general massing and design of the project. This is the view from Central Avenue with 3 stories facing the street and stepping up to 5 stories toward the interior of the project. This is the view from Viola Avenue with the 6-story massing. This is the view from the single-family zoned area with 5-story massing. And then I'll just quickly run through some of the slides of the interior of the site. I will now run through the plans and elevations to discuss the project in terms of the design guidelines. In terms of the site planning, the proposed building follows the prevailing setback on Central Avenue and exceeds the prevailing setback on Viola Avenue, meaning it's providing more of a setback than the surrounding or adjacent buildings. As discussed on the prior slides, the development has two main buildings with an open courtyard joined by the pedestrian bridge. A pool area is featured at the west side, shown at the blue arrow, and staff recommends providing tall, dense landscaping to help buffer this area from the adjacent single-family homes. The units facing Central Avenue feature defined entries facing the street, and entry patios at other facades transition in a layered fashion between units and common open space, in accordance with the guidelines. Vehicular access is from a single driveway on Central Avenue, indicated by the red arrow, which accesses the lower level parking garage. To minimize disruptions along the street and focus on pedestrian safety, the driveway width should be reduced from 28 feet to 20 feet, and decorative paving should be used at the driveway entrance. An existing boundary wall around the site to remain should be refaced to be consistent with the exterior finish materials of the new project. The proposed landscaping is appropriate to the architectural style of the project, and final plans should show all plants to be low water use for the region. The project proposes several shade trees, including 17 camphor trees, 23 crepe myrtles, 26 Australian willows, 4 citrus trees, and 21 fern pines. In terms of the mass and scale, the project is obviously more massive than existing neighboring conditions, given that it is using density bonus incentives to exceed the base zoning code standards. Although the mass and scale is addressed relatively well directly along Central Avenue, where it steps down to feature mostly 3-story massing, it needs to be better integrated with the 1 to 3-story buildings along the other interior property lines. This can be done using a variety of architectural strategies to break up the massing, including variations in building height, setbacks, stepping, and recessed volumes. As can be seen on the south elevation on this slide, the building facade profile is a straight line and doesn't feature stepping. This is also apparent on some of the other elevation views. Additionally, as set forth in the design guidelines, building massing should follow the topography of the site, which decreases several feet from northeast to southwest, whereas the building massing currently increases in that direction. The central courtyard breaks up the building massing as viewed from Central Avenue. However, the tall elevator tower and pedestrian bridge beyond end up filling in that space. Further, the elevator tower appears too tall. The applicant should consider ways to reduce this massing. Overall, the project design and detailing are well addressed. The architectural style and design elements are consistent across the building while expressing architectural variation. The building includes a variety of high-quality materials with an appropriate color scheme. The building facade at Viola, on the lower right, is appropriately designed to enhance the pedestrian experience and not look like the back of a building. Interior building facades are well designed, as we saw on the other slides showing the interior courtyards. Balconies are well designed and appropriate to the style, although balconies overlooking the backyards of adjacent single-family homes should be avoided. The project's windows and doors are well placed and sized, proportional to the building and enhancing the building design. Windows should be recessed with sills and use external grids consistent with the architectural style. Window placement in relation to neighboring structures should be staggered and not directly face opposite windows in adjacent buildings. Exterior lighting doesn't seem to be shown and should be included with the final design review application. And final last comment on this, the drawing plans show both covered coved cornices and exposed rafter tails, and that should be made consistent across the project. This slide summarizes the list of staff recommendations for design improvements subject to the board's feedback. As a note, the plan set includes 62 pages, so only a select few were included in this presentation. However, the full set is available to be shared on the screen and referenced as needed during the deliberations. In terms of public comment letters, 15 public comment letters were received by email and forwarded to the board prior to the hearing. Of these letters, 6 were in support of the project and 9 expressed concerns with the project. 3 of the letters expressed concern regarding the historic status of the existing buildings to be demolished. And again, this hearing involves no decision being made, so no CEQA review or historic preservation review is part of this application. Other concerns expressed in the other letters included the scale of the project being larger than the surrounding neighborhood, the replacement of affordable units, traffic management and pedestrian safety, removal of mature trees, removal of aesthetic apartment homes, dust and noise control, and waste removal. Although some of these concerns are outside of the purview of this hearing and will be addressed in the subsequent project applications, some of the issues are relevant to the design guidelines, namely consideration of existing mature trees, project impact on the pedestrian experience, and project scale. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pruitt. Do we have any questions for staff? Yes.
I have a few. One is I just wanted to clarify how many affordable housing units will ultimately be included in this.
The review of the affordable housing units, it has not been done yet because that will be done as part of the density bonus application.
Okay. Okay. There was a number in our report, so.
The applicant has proposed 14 affordable units.
Okay.
And that's what they're proposing at this time, subject to further review by the Housing Division.
Right. I heard there was a law that would, if there was existing affordable housing on site, that they would need to increase that number. So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
With the density bonus application, the applicant will be required to provide documentation demonstrating how many affordable units exist on site.
Right.
And then how many are required to be replaced.
And then I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I actually had a question. Was the entrance only on Central, the only entrance, or was it also from the Viola also?
That is a good question. I think there's access from Viola, but not by vehicle.
And the access, it's not like into like a parking structure or anything, it's just Central, that's it?
There's no driveway access from Viola.
Okay. All right, if there are no, are there more questions? Yes. Go ahead.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Pruitt, I have some basic questions about some of the development standards. And so with the common open space that is per our code, is the majority of that common open space being provided in the courtyard?
Yes.
Okay, so there's really, are there any upper level decks, roof decks, et cetera?
They haven't shown any roof decks on their plans.
And is the project proposing the additional open space as well?
Yes.
And that's all within the courtyard itself as well?
Yes, so Mr. Simonian is referring to what allows the project to have a 1 unit for every 1,000 square feet instead of 1,250 per the zone, is if they provide additional open space, and they have provided that required additional open space.
And are there any diagrams, at least in this preliminary submittal? I saw some setback diagrams, but is there a common open space, an additional open space diagram in this diagram?
I mentioned that the full plan set is 62 pages, which we didn't want to print out. So I didn't print out all of those calculation sheets, but I do have them, and I can pull them up if you'd like to see them.
I would, because I think the intent is to talk about site planning and orientation and mass. And so how the common open space and the additional open space is laid on the site directly correlates with how you stack the units, et cetera. So yeah, I think that would be helpful for me at least.
I will pull them up. So you wanted to see which sheet? The common open space?
If there's a diagram sheet that clearly depicts the common open space and the additional open space, not so much numbers because I'm not going to be able to read what's on there, but some sort of a diagram. If they have put one together, if not, we'll
There
have-
is one in the set. I'm going to actually navigate through because I'm going to be scrolling through a lot of pages to
Maybe
find
that's
it.
something you put up in a few minutes, and then I'll refer to it when it's up. So I'm not going to hold it up for that because
like
it's
this
going to be a
one.
long day. Yeah. Thank you.
And while Ms. Pruitt is pulling that up, you had an additional question, Ms. Lockeroff?
I do, and maybe this can't be answered at this time, but I was curious what the minimum parking would be required for this particular versus what they're providing. I just was curious what the parking calculations were.
The required parking per the density bonus standards is 181 spaces.
Okay.
They're proposing 237.
Okay.
So
thank
they
you.
are proposing much more than what is required per the state density bonus law. State density bonus law allows reduced parking from our base zoning standards.
And are there further reductions if they provide, say, bike parking or other things like that? I was just curious.
No.
No, not at all. Okay, thank you.
The site probably does qualify for being within a half a mile of a major transit stop,
Right,
and
yeah.
so it would go down to half per unit.
That's what I was thinking. yeah.
And so that is something where if that's the case, they're providing 4 times more, let's say. than they
Right.
would.
I do have the 2 plans that you requested.
Okay.
So this is the common open space plan, and then this is the additional open space plan.
And then there's separate diagrams for private open space, right?
They also have provided
So is the
private,
additional open space part of the common open space?
yes.
I think they need to be separate, don't they?
How does that work?
This does comply with code. I don't know if the common open space is, meets the requirement minus the additional.
So that, it's all in the middle, more or less.
Yes, and then there's some around the back here. The plans just before this do show the private open space for each unit, and they show it for each floor in the shaded area.
So all the interior setbacks have common open space along with the courtyard, and a portion of the courtyard has additional open space as well.
And then they have more along here.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks.
thank you.
Pleasure.
Any further questions for staff? No? Okay, thank you, Ms. Pruitt. We'll go ahead and open the public forum and invite Mr. Khan. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairperson, board members, and city staff. My name is Rodney Kahn. My offices are located here in the city of Glendale. We appreciate this opportunity to present our project to you here this evening. If we could get our presentation up, that'd be great. As staff mentioned, thank you very much. As staff mentioned, we're proposing to construct a new state density bonus housing project. And as we all know, the state of California, along with the city of Glendale, is in desperate need for more housing. And it's all types of housing. It's market rate housing, it's affordable housing. The Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or our RHNA numbers, which is how we got our housing element certified, states specifically that we need over 13,000 new residential units for our city. The project we are proposing to build, Metro Art Glendale, is located on a 2-acre site that is one of the largest building sites in North Glendale. Our site is listed in the housing element as an opportunity site that designates it for substantially more dwelling units than currently exists on it. The new development will meet the goals of the housing element as well as housing policies stated by this Glendale City Council. The project provides 131 new residential dwelling units, which, as called out, includes 14 very low-income, affordable units in an area of the city that has almost no affordable housing units. The project provides housing near public transportation. Mr. Simonian, you are correct. We are within a half mile of a major transit stop. In fact, we could go much, much lower with our parking, but we chose not to. We're also near services, activity centers. We're across the street from a major supermarket, Ralph's, along with other businesses and services that are all within walking distance of our site. Council members have expressed concerns that most of the new projects built are predominantly smaller units, studios, and one-bedrooms. That's most of what you see in the downtown area and some out of the downtown area. This project is not that way. In fact, over 86% of our units are 2s and 3s. Also, in terms of the size, the average unit size, which is particularly important to designate. 1-bedrooms are 850 square feet. 2 bedrooms are 1,260 square feet. And 3 bedrooms are 1,460 square feet on average. So much larger units than we're used to seeing as well. There's been discussions at the city council level that on many projects, they'd rather see us go higher rather than wider, and in going higher, providing open space. A question was asked, is our additional open space included as part of our common open space calculation? If I add the two together, the common outdoor space of 16,250, along with the additional open space of 4,894, I'll just call it 5,000, that would say we require a total of 21,000 square feet of both common and additional open space. We're providing 31,000 square feet, a little bit more. Last, as it relates to the City Council comments, they've expressed the desire for buildings to be in a different architectural style than many what we've seen in terms of their preponderance of modern styles. So that's why we've tried to do something different, which is design the building in more of a traditional style, more of a Spanish style, if you will. The developer of the project is B.W. Brody Affiliated. It's a family business that was established in 1949. The family has owned this site this apartment building where it's at for over 25 years. They do their own construction, they manage their buildings, and they also have owned many of the buildings, or other buildings in Glendale, for over 60 years. The firm has a very good track record of doing high quality or higher quality projects that are energy efficient and that are well constructed. If you go to the next image, this is just one sample, and we have a few different samples of the quality of the construction of a project that's built in Sherman Oaks. It's the same family, it's the same architect that we're using to build the Glendale project as well. And if you go one more image or one more slide, this just gives you different locations of where they're at. One is in Brentwood, another in Sherman Oaks. I'd like to step aside. I'll introduce our architect first, and then I will step aside. The developer, the family, has worked with Cameron Tabrizi Architects for about 20 years. They were the designers for these projects. Cameron started working on this project. He left a legacy of quality materials, quality projects. His daughter, Sammy Tabrizi, who's also an accomplished architect, is carrying this project through to completion. I'll conclude my remarks unless you have questions of me, and I'll step aside and ask Sammy to come forward and walk you through the design of the building. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Okay, please welcome.
Hello. So I'm going to go through the design of the project and kind of key points.
Sorry, can you please state your name and address for the
Sure.
record?
My name is Sammy. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sammy Tabrizi. Okay, so our goal in the design of this development is to provide a thoughtfully designed building with large family units, allowing tenants to put down roots in the community. Our design provides ample parking, amenities, and extensive landscaping. For several years, our firm, along with the developer, has been working with the Glendale planning staff and various Glendale agencies, including the fire department. Significant design changes over many iterations have been made to the project based on their input. There are a number of project design elements that are important to highlight. Although it is a large building, it has been designed to blend with adjacent buildings. It is 2 and 3 stories, matching adjacent structures along Central, and follows the grade of the street as the street rises considerably from south to north. Apartment entries have been placed directly along the street edge to enhance the experience for pedestrians. The building opens up to a large, highly landscaped entry and courtyard, visible from the street, spatially creating an indoor and outdoor experience. The architectural style of the building is a modernized Spanish colonial revival style, designed in keeping with many of the architecturally significant buildings in Glendale. The building envelope is clad in various high-end materials such as clay tile roofs, precast concrete, wood-stained corbels, and split-face stone. Currently, the existing building to be demolished, as well as the adjoining buildings, mainly have side yards that are concrete or asphalt with little or no landscaping and trees. Rather than designing the new building utilizing Glendale development standards that allows as little as 5-foot setbacks on the ground floor, the design provides large setbacks at ground level. This provides natural earth spaces for tree root structures, as well as provides more light and space at all sides of the building. The garage is also pulled back significantly from the property line and follows the building above in order to allow tall fern and canopy trees to be planted around the project. You go to the next slide, please. Yeah. This is a density bonus project allowing for increased height and density. Several key points regarding the height I'd like to make. The south side of the building is counted as 2 to 6 stories per the language in the planning code. 1 story is actually below grade at the same level of the subterranean parking level, and the top story is set well back. The building will visually only appear as only 4 stories, 1 story higher than its neighboring building. On the north side, the building is 2 to 5 stories. The first floor of the building is 1 full level, 10 feet, lower than its neighbor. The rear of the building has a large setback at the ground floor, which increases at upper stories. A tall hedge adjoining the property creates an existing screen.
Sorry, that little ding is your time is up.
Sorry
If you
about
could
that.
just wrap that up.
Okay, sure. Lastly, I just wanted to say, a large area of the rear of the new development retains the existing pool area.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we?
Sorry. And this microphone is not working. There's the little bell is a 1 minute warning.
Okay.
So
Oh,
they still
sorry.
have 1 more minute,
Okay.
just to let everyone know there is a warning bell
Okay.
to
Good
allow
to
you
know.
1 minute to wrap up. So you still have a 1 moment.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies.
I was already done anyway, so perfect, worked out.
Madam Chair, I have some questions.
Sure.
In reference to your comment about the site and how the subterranean garage actually works itself into the site and how residential units are integrated into the subterranean garage as they appear from the, say, naked eye from the street. So I'm looking at section 4.2, and I'm prefacing the question with that just so you understand what kind of information I'm looking for. So if I'm looking at on sheet 4.2, for example, section C, which is more or less cut north and south in the middle of the site, more or less, kind of along the courtyard. And so on the north side, you've the dark profile. Is this where the existing surface is?
Sorry, I don't have that section in front of me.
Yeah, for example, 4.2.
Correct. Correct.
Is this where the neighboring property
Correct.
is?
Exactly, that's great.
And is this where the neighboring property
Correct.
is?
Exactly, that's the two-story structure.
I see. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I have, a couple
More
of
than
questions.
one. Okay, go ahead.
As I'm trying to get my arms around the project,
Yes.
so with, the staff report indicates the concessions that are being requested, and it seems as though concession is being requested for height, FAR, and interior setbacks.
Correct.
And are there any waivers that are going to be considered as well as part of the project from the development standards?
I can answer that if you'd like.
Sure.
They're not requesting any waivers at this time. We've done a preliminary review of the standards, and it doesn't appear that any waivers are required at this time.
I see, okay. And this might be more of a staff question. So in regards to the height and number of stories, the overage from the allowable height, whether it's 1 story, 2 story, 3 stories, how was, what was staff's viewpoint in regards to the ask of the 80 feet?
There's required findings of fact, and that is what guides an incentive request, and the city is required to make findings of fact showing that that those requests, I can't remember the exact finding of fact language, but it seems that the findings of fact can be made for those requests. So that's what their request is, and it's supportable based on the required findings of fact.
And it hasn't yet gone through the housing department for feedback as far as replacement of units, et cetera, and all that stuff.
That review hasn't been completed because we aren't processing the density bonus application yet.
And so, in regards to what is being asked of the board, what would be staff's objectives? So in other words, should we be focusing on site planning, mass, orientation? What would be
The assumption is that the project that you would be reviewing complies with the development standards, and so it would be the same feedback that the board would give for any other project regarding site planning, mass and scale, and design and detailing. They will go, they will take the board's feedback and further refine the project before they submit their official density bonus and design review applications. And when those applications are processed, all of this will be finalized with all of the development standards, review of the housing plan, all of that. And when it comes back to the board as an official application, then it will be reviewed again.
I understand. So let me rephrase the question. Should we, for today's discussion purposes, assume that the 3 concessions that are being requested are going to be granted? In other words, because once we start talking about FAR and mass, and if that FAR is going to be approved, let's say, and that's our assumption, then my approach is going to be very different, right? And so that's why it's so unusual to bring it as a preliminary. And so should we assume that those concessions as listed are, say, hypothetically granted, and we're working around them?
I would say that the applicant seeks feedback on the proposed project that's in front of you, so that is what feedback should be given on. If for some reason, when the project is further reviewed with the future applications, if something changes, then it will be different when you see it next time. But they're seeking feedback on the proposal that is here at this time.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Ms. Loeffler?
Yes, and in regards to what my fellow board member was mentioning earlier, did you consider roof decks or any kind of outdoor space?
Well, we felt that the courtyard provided so much open space that we didn't feel the need to go up and design roof decks in addition to that.
Right.
We have over 31,000 square feet of common open space, so.
Right.
Including gym, rec room, so we really do provide more than just the courtyard.
Right.
Private balconies.
It may be an opportunity, though, to bring more units down and lower the height. So I just was checking in to see if it would be a consideration for you. So that was one thing I wanted to ask.
I think as a follow-up question would be, in one sense, the courtyard is quite appealing because it provides light into the interior units. And so at the same time, from what I'm counting, at least on the courtyard side, there are 5 stories. And so typically, let's say, what sort of a width would you think is appropriate as an architect for the width of the courtyard in order to adequately provide sun into the 5 stories? Because right now I'm kind of measuring that the courtyard is about 80 feet wide.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, but those units seem to be about 50 feet tall. And so if we do a 50-foot, I'm just asking, if that courtyard is 50 feet, let's say, it still provides light and air, but at the same time gives you more of an opportunity to pull the building in. So I think that's where Board Member Lockroff is going with her question, is that kind of site planning questions.
Yes,
And
we'll
if
take a
there's
look
any
at that.
studies been done on that, or any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can take a look at that and review that. Obviously, we wanted to make the courtyard as large as possible so we can make it lush, bring light in, create an indoor-outdoor feeling with the street edge. So I don't really think that reducing it would help us, other than on the north and south sides, right?
It may allow you to step. And to that point, do you have any thoughts on, staff had comments regarding the design, and I was just wondering if you had any initial kind of takes on how you might address those comments.
The staff report, you mean?
Correct. In terms of,
More specific on-
yeah, for instance, one comment in regards to the massing was to, on the interior property lines, to step in more. And
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Our average setbacks on all sides are far more than what's required. And this is a state density bonus project, so we're within the guidelines of the state density bonus law, and we've done what we can to increase our setbacks as much as possible around the perimeter of the building.
On that note, for example, you're asking for an interior setback concession. And do you meet the average, but you just need the concession for the minimum? Is that the idea?
Yes, we're just a little bit short on some of the floors.
So, just a thought, if the courtyard got 1 foot narrower, and all of a sudden you gained the 1 foot more of setback on the interior, now you wouldn't need an interior setback concession, and you could ask for another concession, whatever that may be.
Right, we can take a look.
Because it seems like you're just 5 inches short on the interior setback minimum, at least the way it's written on the staff report.
On the north side, correct. On the south, it's a little bit more,
Would you say like 2 feet,
like 3 feet.
3 feet? Okay. All right, thank you.
Any additional questions? No? Thank you.
Yeah.
Was there a Jared Herman that wanted to speak? Okay, all right, thank you. We'll move on to additional speakers. We have Mr. Don McPoland. Welcome. If you could please state your name and speak into the mic. And if everyone can please be mindful of the dinging sound as the 1 minute warning. Is that what it is? Okay.
Don McPoland, Glendale resident. We are opposed to the demolition of the garden apartments on Central Avenue. We have very few garden apartments in Glendale, and these are some of the best. But it's a lovely landscaping that would be removed. The tall trees, shrubs. The building is almost hidden with all the landscaping, and that would all be removed. And we do not live in or have any financial interest in the existing property. But the proposed building would remove all of those beautiful trees and landscaping. And what they're proposing is simply much less than what we have, and plus it would be years before those trees would be tall. And probably the lower density units will be built with cheaper materials and cheaper appliances. And after about 25 years, probably they will revert to market rate rents. So what have you gained? Do not approve this monstrosity. Save the beautifully landscaped grounds. And the other thing is that the units may be larger, but that means higher rent. Luxury, luxury, luxury. So that's going to limit the number of applicants. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, apologies, Matt Gorzada. Matt Gorzada? No? Okay, we're gonna move on. Carl Krugerman? If we could also refrain from clapping, please. We have a lot of speakers to get through. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Carl Krugerman. I live up on Spencer Street, which is a little above this project. Thank you, commissioners, for letting me speak. To put a 5 to 6 story building with 2 levels of underground parking into a beautiful Glendale Hills neighborhood composed of single-family homes and 2 to 3 story apartments and condominiums is completely out of scale. It'll dramatically change the look and the feel of the neighborhood. We are, of course, concerned with the decreased quality of life, which will come from increased parking issues, traffic issues, and people issues. I personally can look out my bedroom windows, my living room windows, and see the beautiful downtown high-rises. And do they have a right to take that away? I don't know. I don't know how that works with, normally I know if you add a second story to your house, I think you have to put up a structure, see how the neighbors are affected by the view, but does any of this taken into consideration? This massive project would work in the flat areas of downtown Glendale, but it doesn't belong in the hills of North Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Cordum? Frank? Again, if we can refrain from clapping so we could hear everybody and everyone can hear the names we're calling. Thank you.
My name is Frank Cordum. I'm a Glendale resident, and I would like to speak in opposition to this project. It does appear to be a monstrosity that's probably unnecessary in order to meet the city's housing goals. You have to be very careful, if you can, to preserve the character of neighborhoods. If you start pulling at the threads of a neighborhood, then you don't know where the deterioration is going to stop. So you need to not let this is a get-rich-quick scheme for developers, from what I can tell, and you need to take a stand against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Kavanaugh?
Ellen Kavanaugh, resident of Glendale. I live just a few blocks away from the proposed building, and I didn't really prepare anything to say. We've been in Glendale for over 20 years, and I used to have a house in Silver Lake, and I would drive around with my mother through Ross Moyne and think, oh, someday I'm going to live here, because the community had so much character. They're beautiful character homes. They weren't identical. They all looked different, but they all, together it all made a neighborhood and a community, and it's exactly what everyone wants. And now we're looking at this, and it looks kind of like a cross between a dorm and a Marriott. And it's so out of keeping with the neighborhood. And I understand we need more housing. There are places where a project of this size would fit. It's not in this community. You may need to build something in this community, but I hope it wouldn't look like that. I hope it wouldn't be 6 stories tall. I hope it wouldn't be kind of this faux Spanish. I mean, like even some of the other sites that he showed were much more character. But this is not it, so I just wanted to voice my opposition, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Maggie Boone?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Maggie Boone. I've lived in Glendale all my life, pretty much. My parents moved to Spencer Street in 1968. So if this project goes up, I'll be able to see it from my kitchen window. Thank you so much. Some of you had mentioned the looks of the residential projects that we looked at earlier. You had mentioned that it looks cluttery. Well, I think this one looks extremely cluttery. It's like, look at me, look at me. It's like a building. It's like screaming for a little bit of attention. It reminds me of a shopping mall. The 4-story pedestrian walkway, which, you know, you used a euphemism, it's the elevator tower. You know, you could probably see it from Pasadena. It's so huge. It's gigantic. It's like putting the Taj Mahal in the middle of Times Square. It just doesn't go with the neighborhood. And certainly with the existing landscape, the trees that all provide shade, I don't think the palm trees provide very much shade. I'm sure they'll be using the California palm, which is the only native palm to California. As others have said, it's a huge structure that probably belongs in another section of Glendale, perhaps below the freeway, where all the other high-rises are going up. This looks like a high-rise to me. Does it need a fountain? I don't think so. Take the money and probably renovate the existing building. I think that could be a lot done with it. It could be really beautiful. Need more green, not more palm trees. Liberace's Las Vegas pool house, that's what it reminds me of. And you know, the developers have made other projects, the Sherman Oaks one and the Brentwood one. Those look great there. The Sherman Oaks one, it's on Ventura Boulevard. So it's a busy, you know, road. It makes sense that it would be there. Thank you. I oppose this project.
Thank you. Hasmik Shakarian.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hasmik Shakarian, and I've been living in Glendale for 30 years, over 30 years, and in that neighborhood for 23 years. And one of the owners of that single family, and this new building is going to fall right. My house is going to be fall right behind the building. So I just want to say, I have a lot to say. I'm trying to fit this in 5 minutes, but who asked them to move Glendale downtown to historical Glendale area? They call it historical, but they're pretty much taking the downtown and setting inside the historical Glendale. If you allow this type of buildings in that neighborhood, and they're going to be popping up more in the neighborhood, and my house is going to be next. So I don't want to lose that neighborhood. It's very cute, very peaceful, no noise. I feel like I'm in paradise. And this building everywhere, it's going to impact the environmental, all this gardens and fruit trees that are in the neighborhood. It's going to be all destroyed with all the pollution and air pollution. You know, I have been involved in a lot of projects, and I noticed that most of the projects get priority when they mention the low income. When they say very low income, what do they mean very low income? Compared to 135 minus 14 is like having 115 high priced units. So if they really want to do something good for the city, they can go to the low income part of the city, south part, where there are more ugly buildings and more buildings that they should be demolished, you know, not put this huge Among Us building with 237 parking space and cluttering the environment, cluttering the Central Boulevard, you know, and people are walking there, and like my house will be overlooked with 100 people looking over my house, over my backyard, and plus all these pool areas right behind my house. So this is really emotional for me, and I would highly recommend you consider all my concerns. And not counting that it's going to affect all the property values. You know, my property value that I have been living there is going to be swollen by this huge, humongous building. It's like a galleria, you know, putting in the gallery in the middle of the Glendale. And it's going to impact my house value. So I don't want to lose all that hard work that I have done to own that property for my whole life. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Feeler.
Hi, I'm a resident. I'm actually a tenant of the building. I'm a renter, but I'm speaking to you as a member of the community.
I'm sorry, could you state your name for the record, please? Thank you.
My name's Carl Feiler. I live at
you.
1311 North Central Avenue. My wife and I have been living there for several years, 7 years going on. And we know just about all of our neighbors. This is our community here. And I've been thinking recently through this process about how design and how architecture affects a community, how it affects how we relate to each other as people, as neighbors. The existing structure, the existing residence, 37 units, is perfectly designed for us as neighbors and for us as a community to come together, to see each other on our evening walks. The landscaping on the inside, I wouldn't even call it landscaping. These are more than 60 enormous, huge, mature trees, some of them more than 100 feet tall. I'm an amateur photographer. I take pictures of them all the time. I'd love to share them with you. Some of the best tasting tangerines I've ever had. If you walk around our building and look at the other lots on the block, none of the other lots have trees as big as this. That affects the community. That's not just air that we breathe, and I'm not just talking about the environment. I understand that's a different process. That's the people who all live there, rich, poor, black, white, man, woman, all different walks of life. We come together in a very special part of Glendale. This building, I'm from Orlando, Florida. That looks like something outside of Disney and the swamplands. No disrespect to the architects. I'm sure it's very competently drawn, but it doesn't make any sense north of, not just north of Glen Oaks, north of Stalker, north of Randolph. One entrance off of Central, I mean, that Ralph's, that tiny Ralph's is going to be a nightmare to get in and out of. The city's going to have to build traffic lights on Kenneth, traffic lights on Mountain. The elderly neighbor who sometimes I help her with her groceries, I see her walking out in front. To her, apartment up on Mountain, I mean, I shudder at the thought of her carrying her groceries up the sidewalk. You know, this is my neighbor, someone who I care very much about. I see this, it reminds me of what my friends in college moved into in Orlando after moving out of their dorm rooms, a sort of transition dorm for young adults. No real roots in the community, not really conducive to communication. If you come by, I don't know if you've seen this building or if you've come by recently. If you come inside, you can see very interesting, very cool, they're homes. They're not apartments, they're homes. And the squirrels, the hummingbirds, there's a hawk up in one of the trees. I mean, that's something to discuss another time, I'm sure. But everyone in the community relies on this space in one way or another, either directly or indirectly. And it's going to be a huge change if that gets wiped away and replaced with sod and concrete and, I don't know, 237 cars speeding up and down that little 2-lane road. So I'm in strong opposition to this project as a member of the community, as someone who's lived in a few different places around Los Angeles and recognizes how special this place is. I mean, it's not just, I'm just a regular person. You know, I don't make a lot of money. I don't have a very important job, but I'm right at home there. And so are my neighbors. I think you're going to lose that. You're going to lose that if this gets put in there. That's all.
Thank you. Alma Miranda. Again, please refrain from clapping because you couldn't hear who I just called for, and we have a lot of people to get through tonight. Alma Miranda, and after Alma, it's Karen Iranpana. If we can just kind of queue up. Is Alma here? Yes, please come on up.
Hi, my name's Alma Miranda, and I live north of the building that they want to tear down. Just like the gentleman said, in the mornings, I sit on my patio and I watch the squirrels and the birds doing their nest and coming into my little area, and I see all these trees moving and giving my fresh air. I agree exactly with every single one in here. It's just so big. It's too tall to be in this area. If you do it on the other side of Glen Oaks or the other streets, you're not even gonna have a view. I'm sure that if we lived in the ocean and they were going to cover the ocean, this wouldn't be happening. You're covering the view of the trees and my mountains. If I lived in the ocean, this wouldn't be happening because nobody wants to build and cover somebody else's ocean view. And I just wish that you take that in consideration. The building is beautiful, has ginormous, they're not just big. They belong like in the forest or something. They're so big and beautiful. And they're old trees. You know, they have history. Everybody in there is history. And like he said, when you meet the neighbors, when you go to Ralph's, you're always meeting the same people. And it's a quiet neighborhood. You're gonna give us, I know there's families in there with asthma, all that air or that pollution tearing the building down. It's just going to be so sad. It really is. And I'm just so opposed. I mean, every night I think about it. Every morning when I sit on my porch and I look over, I just think all those trees are going to be gone and they're going to put this puny little shrub that they're proposing that is going to take hundreds of years to grow the height that the trees are in there now. So I really hope that you consider that, the environment, the trees, that's the history in there. Those tall buildings belong in the downtown of Glendale or further down in the city where, you know, neighbors don't care who's your next door neighbor. We care who is our next door neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Iranpana, and next will be Angelo. Yes, hello.
Hi, my name is Karen Urampana. I live on the north side of this monstrosity of a building that they want to build. I live in 1325. I've lived in Glendale since I was 8 years old. I live with my parents on West Wilson, and when the Americana came in, I've seen the the bigger buildings being built by their home and the effect that that has. And 11 years ago, I was able to save up enough money to buy my own condo, and this is going to make a huge, this is financially going to make a bad impact in my investment in purchasing my condo, because this is going to increase the traffic, the noise. I love my community right now. We have 21 units in our condo community, and this is 36. And already as is, there is absolutely no parking, especially when you consider street cleaning on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Every Tuesday night, it's a struggle for me to find parking on the right side of the street, so I don't have to get a ticket at 8 a.m. on Wednesdays. And so this is going to be a huge burden on so many of us, especially when it comes to parking. Right now, there's 36 units, and it's going to increase to 141 units. And this is not, like they said, studios or one-bedroom units. These are going to be 2, 3-bedroom units, which means there's going to be 2 to 3 cars per unit. So you do the math, 2 to 3 cars per unit, 141 units. We do not have the parking space, let alone how horrible that looks in our quiet northern, the area that I decided to purchase was intentional because that part of Glendale is very quiet. The minute you drive past Glen Oaks North and you pass Stalker, it just has a different feel. It's much more relaxed. It's much more family-friendly. You get away from the big buildings and the traffic and the freeway. And I feel like by putting this in, it's just going to bring all of that congestion further up north. And I strongly oppose this project.
Thank you. Angelo Pasella. Next is Kristen Schneider.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Angelo Pacella. I am the president of the HOA at 1126 North Central, the Californian, which is a 36-unit, 3-story apartment-style condo. I purchased my condo and moved into Verdugo Viejo 27 months ago, and have enjoyed every single day of the past 27 months, enjoying my daytime, my morning and evening walks through the area. One of the very first properties I became aware of was the property in question here today. It is stunning in its history. Anyone who has any sense of design appreciation takes a simple look at this property and you recognize there's almost a symbiotic melding of Frank Lloyd Wright prairie and green craftsmen. This is a beautiful little village community. I live on Central between Dryden and Stockton, and in that stretch, it feels more commercial, like the young lady just said. But the minute you reach Stockton and head north, it becomes a very different community. It's beautiful in its quaintness. There are no buildings, I would say I could count on one hand the number of buildings in the area from Central to Pacific that rise above 3 stories, with the exception of 2 buildings at the corner of Brand at Dryden and Brand at Stockton. But Brand Boulevard presents itself much differently because it's a much wider boulevard. So those buildings, even though they're taller, sit better in their setting. I'd like to address a couple of things that Mr. Khan said and was brought up. Parking spaces. I can't imagine a street that is already overwhelmed with traffic every morning and every evening for people leaving for work and returning from work up Central to get to Kenneth. The amount of traffic that comes down will now have to interact with some 200 cars trying to egress the property. I can't imagine how difficult that's going to be, as somebody else mentioned. And it would, what's it going to turn into in terms of light, traffic lights and such? And then Ralph's. You know, the Kroger Corporation didn't put a typical 200 square foot Ralph's in our neighborhood. They opted for a more compact boutique style food fair at 70,000 square feet because that's what the neighborhood demanded. I don't even understand how this is we're even talking about this, to go from 37 units to 131 units. It's mind-boggling. Now, I wasn't going to talk about design because I hadn't seen any of this before tonight. And as a retired architect, I'll offer some professional courtesy by not critiquing it, except to say, wow, talk about shoving a square block into a round hole.
Time.
I have 1 minute, right?
That was the second bell.
All right,
But thank you. Kristen Schneider, and then it's Trinity Garcia next.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Kristen Schneider. I live in the Oakmount property that is directly on the hill above this, whatever we are going to call this. So I appreciate that you want to get through this, but the reason this meeting is going to be so long is because everybody here really cares about their neighborhood, and that's a benefit to the city. So we all want people to be able to afford their homes. I get that. I worked for years and years before I bought my first condo in Glendale, which is now directly above this thing. So you can imagine my dismay when I'm suddenly faced with the idea of looking up from our quiet 1950s courtyard and seeing a 5-story building looking down at me. We are talking about 4 times as many units that will now tower over single-family homes and smaller historical condos. This does not fit that. And yes, they're putting extra parking in, but there will be guests, there will be family members, there will be parties. So now we're talking about congestion and less parking for those of us who have lived there for years. They talk about it being scaled to surrounding buildings, yet it's still 5 stories in a neighborhood that, as we've discussed, only has mostly 2 to 3 stories. Even 1 story extra changes the privacy of its neighbors. In addition, we talk about mature trees that they will be adding, but the trees that will be demolished have been there for decades and provide huge amounts of shade along our street. I walk there every day, I know. It will take years for any trees they plant to provide the beauty and the shade that we currently have. Will they be able to preserve any of these? Doesn't sound like it, and it certainly doesn't look like it on that plan. Also, why do they need a giant outdoor elevator tower and pedestrian bridges? This place might be great on the other side of the freeway or even Glen Oaks, but in our neighborhood it sticks out like a sore thumb. It does not fit. You are asking us to accept 4 times as many people in our neighborhood for 14 affordable units. And honestly, for the cost of what they're replacing, for the beauty of the community that these people will be losing, what's the point? You're getting rid of all of that. This isn't about getting more people into homes, it's about making more money. The traffic, Central is so busy, I turn off of it every day, I turn on, I've almost been hit as a pedestrian. Already people speed down that street, they run the small stop sign at Ralph's. I can't imagine dumping 200 more cars onto that, and for 1 single entrance. Why is there a need to be a 2-story leasing office? That means more people, more folks parking on our street, more people coming and going. Is that accounted for? I've always loved walking on Central, and now I'm gonna be faced with people just wandering in and out into our neighborhood for a 2-story leasing office. And our poor friends on Viola, they'll have maybe the same pool, but now 4 times as many people using it. Trees will not keep that sound away. Let's think about that. We're going from 37 people using a pool to 4 times that many with families and kids, and all of these poor people in these single-family homes will get to hear that every day. So thanks for your time, and also please drive through our neighborhood if you haven't before so you can understand what we're talking about. We would really appreciate it. You should see the property they're talking about demolishing. And is there not any ability to remodel? Because I think that is also a consideration. Thank you for your time.
Trinity Garcia, and next would be Danielle Achiampong.
My name is Trinity Garcia, and if you can't read the signs behind you, I got respect the locals, and your luxury is our displacement. I took off my mask because I want you to see my face. With this rent that they're gonna spike up, I'm not gonna be able to live there anymore. I'm sorry, but I can't. I get a little emotional because I've lived here for 13 years, all of my life. And it's a smack in the face to see what we've all done for this community, all of us. And I'm sure we would have loved to keep giving back, but you know, there really is no compensation. I doubt this thing is going to take 2 years to build. We're talking about demolishing the entire building and building an entire, you know, whatever that is. I'm a student. I'm going to be studying in the fall. No one's going to make time for me to study. People, I'm sure a lot of you actually work from home. How do you expect us to work and pay the rent? It just doesn't add up. I'm sure a lot of people would be here today even more, but unfortunately they're working because they need to pay the high rent. So, you know, there's just one word I want to leave you with, and it's gentrification.
Thank you. Danielle Achiampong. Oh, hello, sorry.
This is Danielle. I'm a renter who lives on Lorraine, kind of on the other side of Viola from this development. I'm one of the people who actually sent an email, and so the majority of my points are probably covered in that. I'm just going to trust each of the board members here that you would read the complete email that I have. I also agree with all of the opposing points that have kind of been mentioned already. I wanted to highlight, I walk every evening in the neighborhood, and so, you know, we've talked about affordability. That's a big issue for me. I think environmental, also a huge issue. Does not make sense to me in this time of climate change to like get rid of 60 trees for 200 and some cars when it's going to take decades for whatever new landscaping to reach the same. Like this is literally one of the most lush lots in the area. But I wanted to focus a little bit on the traffic piece, because when I walk already, it's a 2-lane street, and there's a lot of congestion in and out of the Ralphs, and there's only 4-way stops managing that intersection. As a pedestrian, that is always the intersection I have to pay the most attention on, because people blow that all the time. The speed as well. I'm concerned by the idea of having that many cars for one single driveway trying to get in and out. It can already be difficult to turn. If I'm coming on Central and I want to go left towards Kenneth as a walker or as a driver, it's a tricky intersection. So I don't, I know that not all of that is going to be covered, but there's already dangers that exist traffic-wise anyway, and I just feel like this would make it even harder as a pedestrian to walk. Thank you all for your time, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Drew Newman. And next would be Angel Felix.
Hello. Can y'all hear me? Thanks for letting me speak, y'all. My name is Drew Newman. I am a animator in the local 839 of IATSE and a working animator from home for 3 years now. I've already sat in negotiations for our own contract across from Disney and WB, so I know what having and not having leverage feels like. So I'd like to just point out maybe a few other things that maybe haven't quite been covered yet. I would really love it. I would love to see this project scrutinized as much as single-family homes that I've seen here today have been scrutinized. I would like to know if there are going to be, sconces on the facade up here. I want to address the language being used in the pitch packet, a family business. Walmart's a family business too, okay? They mentioned putting down roots. I would like to know if these condos are for sale or if we're all going to be renting them eternally. I'm a renter. I've never put down roots in this city. I've been here 16 years. I've been working as a 2D animator this whole time. This will be my second no-fault eviction because the lady that I rented from in Burbank evicted us to give the house to her daughter, and I moved to Glendale. I would love to be a part of this community longer, but I have a feeling I think 2 no-fault evictions is enough for me, so I might take my money elsewhere. And yeah, we have 3 entrances we can drive into currently, so just driving around, I know it's been mentioned a lot. I just wanted to hit on that it's going down to 1 entrance. And additional language, we're less than half a mile from Metro. That likes to be mentioned, but you can't rent out a small condo for $4,000 or more a month if you're not giving people 2 parking spaces. So I don't think that's a benevolent choice to have more parking spaces than's mandated by law. I think it's, so the price can be higher because it's not going to be people walking to the bus stop on Central that are going to be renting these places out. It's going to be people that have a car to park somewhere. So, and then lastly, because I'm a woodworker, those are oak trees in the complex. They're about 80 feet high, and they're either white or Oregon oak. And they want to replace them with pine and shrubs, and I don't know. I think they could go a little bigger, a little better. Those trees provide shade not only to us so that we don't have to use our AC as much during the day, but they provide shade to surrounding buildings as well. And those pine trees coming in, I just don't see them being as tall either. So that's all I got. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Angel Felix, and next would be Tracy Lashbrook.
Good evening. My name is Angel Felix. I also live in the building. I want to start by reminding you that all the homeless people that live on Los Feliz near the river, they at one time had a place called home. And because of the greedy people like the owner, they can no longer afford a place to live. Please consider that as fact. And before you decide on approving this project, I invite you to visit our building, see the inside, see all the trees, all the birds, see all the harmony that is in the building, and we are going to lose all that. The only thing that brings the owner to you for this project is greed, the dollar sign, nothing about the human beings. They don't care about the human beings. They don't care if people is going to live on the street. And this building, after you visit it, you will agree with me that it should be declared a sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Lashbrook. And if Matgorzada is here, you would be next.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Tracy Lashbrook. Thank you for the time to speak here. I rent a property, one of the single-family homes on the west side of this project. As a matter of fact, it butts up to my backyard. The home that I rent has been a family home there since that home was built in the 50s. I can't add anything to the color of what my neighbors have described, what that neighborhood is. And no comments about structure, aesthetics. If you look at the black and white of a plan, you're looking at the black and white. What I'm asking you to consider is all the color that all of my neighbors have provided. We've heard about the housing crisis, no doubt. We've heard about the 14 very low rent homes that are going to be provided for this. What strikes me, and I kind of appreciate sitting through the other 3 presentations tonight to kind of see how this process works. It's the first time I've come to a meeting like this. Sorry, I lost my train for a moment. That there's a lot of exemption. Here's the guidelines, here's the rules, here's what you can build and how tall it can be and how many people can live there and how many cars can be there. But we're going to get some exemptions, and what we're going to do is add 14 people, 14 families in there. I've heard an awful lot on this project about enough little concessions to get exemptions to the rules. And all of those exemptions are going to crush this neighborhood. All of the color that you've heard about from all of my neighbors is what you should be looking at. And the last thing I can say is all of that black and white and the data aside, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Matt Gorzada, I think this person left. That was the last speaker card. Are there any callers on the line?
There are a few. Just one second. All right. Good evening, Elizabeth Luce or Luce. You're on live with the Design Review Board. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Hi.
Hi. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Luce, and I live at 1322, which is North Central, which is directly across from the northernmost end of Glendale Gardens. And I was shocked the day I got the green postcard in the mail, read over and over again the lines about 6 stories, and immediately rolled up my sleeves and started to do what I could to spread the word to neighbors. And I would like to say to anybody out there, please talk to the people in red T-shirts and share your name and information so we can start a loop and stay in communication with each other. So, and developers, please don't bother. Anyhow, I wanted to say that I have training and background in both architectural and mechanical drafting, and I also have training and background in classical art. And the reason I mention this is just to show that I do have the creds to look at the renderings that have been presented for this project and to tell you that although they are technically, mathematically prepared along principles that were designed back in Greek and Roman times, they are also doing something, making use of a technique called forced perspective. And this is used to all kinds of things, trick photography, basically. So when you look at the renderings, for instance, the east side, the one with the, basically this thing is 2 cubes connected with a bridge across the back, right? So there's a decorative facade, a kind of narrow portion of the building facing Ralph. That is depicted now in the drawing as if it is about 4 stories tall, when in actuality, when you stand across the street and look at it, it will be 6 stories tall. The point of view from which the camera, if you would, is observing the building, and the perspective disappearing points are tricking your eye. The rendering with the swimming pool, my understanding when I read the staff report and the information is that they're going to use the existing swimming pool. The drawing of the swimming pool makes it look like it's at least half again as long as it actually is, and there's a row of chaise lounge chairs stacked up along that are an impossible amount of chaise lounge chairs. The Viola Street side shows something that looks like a green belt of about approximately half a track field, and when you look at the actual plans, that's not there. So I say all this because I am respectfully but firmly requesting that a proper architectural model be made of this so that the neighbors and the public can be invited in to see it and really get a true understanding of the size and scope, the inappropriate size and scope of a project such as this in this tiny, intimate, carefully balanced, beautiful neighborhood, and to put this on display in a public area, say a community room in the library.
Apologies, sorry, you have to wrap it up. Your time is up.
All right. Do I get another minute or am I done?
No, sorry. That was
Thank you,
the.
everybody.
Thank you.
All your stories are so beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And get my request for a proper model on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Armand Demigian. You're on live with the Design Review Board. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record. Armand, are you there? Armand? Armand, if you can hear me, please call back. Thank you. Good evening, Damian Sullivan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. So you're on live with the Design Review Board. Please state your name and name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for taking my call and for hearing everyone's feedback tonight. I am a 39-year resident of the neighborhood, and I have raised my children and my granddaughter going multiple times a week. We go to the Ralphs almost every night, and I raise my children jumping off the wall of the Baskin Robbins, and now my granddaughter jumps off the same wall into my arms. It's a special neighborhood, and we listen to the violin player play outside Ralph's as the people walk their dogs up and back and forth at around 7 o'clock at night past Glendale Gardens. The point that I would like the board to consider is that the mass and scale of the proposed project is so much larger than the existing footprint of all of the neighboring buildings. If you actually look at the renderings and you see the closest building next door to the south, it's quite substantially larger. And other people have made the commentary of how out of proportion they are to what's there, and the character of the mid-century buildings that predominate in that neighborhood with breeze block walls, and there are post and beam style architecture, and really 1- and 2-story mid-century apartments and single-family homes. This is a very, 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 very much larger and out of context project and building. And the thing I would mention is that the existing building is a flourishing. It was created. If you read articles in the in the LA Times and the Glendale News Press, you can read about how Glendale was very proud of this project in 1957 as its sort of working model. It was its pride project to compete with the aesthetic style and design of what they were doing in Pasadena. Is an affordable housing community. It 60-some years later is still a thriving affordable housing community that works. It did exactly like case study houses and all of the model houses that all the great architects built in Southern California that we were lucky to have. This is a community that today, the Glendale Garden Movement project that's there is still a thriving affordable housing working community with 100-plus-year-old trees, the right scale, the right size for the neighborhood, and it really is a flourishing place of colors and birds and squirrels, and it deserves to remain in that neighborhood because it is the model of what is the perfect thing to be right where it is. Thank you so much for taking the time. And it's also very likely a historic resource that is deserving of protection, which I hope you'll consider at a future time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Monica Mirian? Are you there? Can you hear me, Monica?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good evening. Hi, you're on live with the Design Review Board. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Hi, my name is Monica. So I've lived in Glendale my entire life, and I live on Parkwood Drive, which is basically the street behind this project. A lot of people have already mentioned some of my concerns, so I'm going to keep this quick. I'm simply just not supportive of this project because building something this big with a bunch of people who are going to live in it means they can oversee basically a lot of backyards on this street. And most of us have pools, for example, in our backyards where like people have kids, where they like are in swimsuits, or like including me. Like I use my pool, and respectfully, I don't want like random strangers to see the privacy of multiple homes. And I just think that's not a good idea. Also, this will bring the houses, like the price of these houses on this street down a lot because no one's going to want to buy it in the future. And I want to mention that like years ago, like even now, people love buying houses on this street and around the area because it's so quiet and it's so private. It is a closed street. So there's also no noise on this street. And now we're basically going to lose all of this. And you can do this construction anywhere else where there's apartments and similar projects. Like it does not belong here at all. And additionally, others have mentioned this, that it is going to cause air pollution and extra traffic due to the amount of people that are going to be moving to this area. And that's just not needed. And also, lastly, I just want to say I can't even imagine how long this construction is going to take. And personally, like I'm a student, and there are a lot of students living in the area, and I know someone discussed this. We don't want extra noise. We like the quietness, and that's basically all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, there's 3 more callers. Good evening, Romella. I'm going to butcher this. I apologize. Iragi, you're on live with the Design Review Board. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record.
Yes. My name is Romella Iragi. I'm a resident of Glendale for 30 years. And as a matter of fact, I live in South Glendale, and I'm a frequent attendee of the Glendale meetings. And I consider myself an affordable housing activist. And if we were going to mushroom all these luxury buildings around the city of Glendale, I guess it's opposing all these projects. We need more affordable housing in the city of Glendale. And for this building, if this was going to be affordable housing, yes, I'll completely go for it. But as I said, we need more affordable housing, not luxury buildings. We have enough of that luxury buildings in the city of Glendale. So basically, I repeat myself again, we need more affordable housing in the city of Glendale. And next thing, if you were going to let them to build this building, the atmosphere is very ugly. I have as a matter of fact, I have a degree in architecture, and this is a very ugly building, very tasteless. Well, I don't know if it's huge craftsman style architecture or as in the friendly neighborhood of Glendale. This is just a really ugly building. And huge in size. Seriously, 101 units of, more of the things that I want to address of all those people already arrested. So, actually, thank you very much for you all. I'm all for, we need more affordable houses in the city of Glendale. That's the last result. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 2 more callers. Good evening, Tony Balasnian. You're on live with the Design Review Board. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Tony Balasnian. I lived in Glendale since 1996, and from 1996 to 2023, Glendale has changed. When I came here, it wasn't the same. We didn't have Americana, and when they proposed Americana, everybody went crazy. They didn't like it because it was going to change Glendale, but the changes for good. People have places to go and things to do. So I think this building is a good change. It changes the dynamic of the city, and it brings more money to the city, so we can have our wonderful Glendale PD and all the services that Glendale offers, because we have companies that invest in our city. So I think up for it. I think that you guys should approve it, and it should be the Design Review Board decide, not the citizens. I know it matters, but at the end of the day, they're the professionals. They should do the calculation, see if it makes sense or not. But I'm up for this project. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we actually have 2 more callers. Someone else has called in. Good evening, Scott Fraser. You're on live with the Design Review Board. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record.
Well, thank you. Good evening. My name is Scott Fraser. And beyond expressing my opposition to this project, I want to ask a procedural question. On March 26th, the City Council approved 2 4-year term limits for all board and commission members. Council members are given 3 months to appoint new commissioners and board members if their appointees that had exceeded their term. Now, I believe that Art Simonian was first appointed to the DRB in early 2008, and he's been on the DRB for far longer than this limit. Can a staff member please explain why he is still on the dais and weighing in on this project. It seems to me that any comments from the DRB are potentially disqualified from consideration because of this clear procedural violation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any more callers?
Good evening, Alex Peter. You're on live with the Design Review Board. Please.
Hello? Sorry, I think I have the wrong number.
That's a first.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, and then I think we got one more speaker.
No more callers?
No more callers. I believe there was one more speaker card.
Yes. Paul Seidman?
Good evening, Design Board. I'm probably one of the people who's going to be losing their housing because of this development.
Do you mind repeating your name
Oh.
for the record and speaking a little louder?
My name's Paul Seidman, and I'm a resident of the current location. I've been there about a decade, and it's called the Glendale Garden Homes, and I don't think any of you realize you're welcome to come by our property and see how lush and green it is and how beautiful the current residence is. And, you know, we're going to be getting it replaced with this. You're losing raccoons and the hawks and the ravens and the hummingbirds and the 60 beautiful old growth trees, and you may not think it's going to affect the neighborhood, but don't be surprised that you miss something when it's gone. So that's all I have to say. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that concludes all of our speakers and callers from the public forum. Stand by, sir. There's still a little bit of a process we need to go through. No, so I think now we invite Mr. Khan back up for his time for a rebuttal.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. We came here this evening to listen to your comments. And so far, there's been some comments made about considering the size of our open space and looking at the interior setback concession. So far, I have those written down. I just want to make sure that I reemphasize what I started off with. This is a state density bonus housing project. And it does comply with the Senate Bill 1818. There's no additional incentives that we're looking at as part of the project. And there's a reason that the state has a density bonus housing law. And I think we've heard some of that here this evening. We'll conclude my remarks on that, and we're looking forward to listening to your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
Can we ask questions?
Yes, there's question.
I have a simple question. Can you describe more the landscape plan and how you are replacing these trees? I know that's a big concern for the community, so I'd just like to hear a little bit more about tree replacement and what's included in what you've presented.
I would have to defer to
Okay.
our architect.
Okay,
as
thank
I'm
you.
a landscape architect.
I don't have a copy of the landscape plan on me, but. Be all the way at the end.
There it is.
So we have fern and palm trees around the perimeter of the project, as well as inside the courtyard, as a privacy screen essentially for the neighborhood. And so we really tried to make it as lush as possible with the landscape.
There is another sheet in the plan set that shows the proposed trees. And I think there's a tree survey as well.
Yeah.
I want to mention, we've pulled the building back to allow for those large tree roots along the side, the north side and the south side. As far as the garage goes, it follows the building line in order to allow for that deep root structure.
And was there any ability in your design to keep any of the existing trees with the large
I
open
believe so.
courtyard?
I think with the building footprint, it would have not been feasible.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So is it your considered, or, basically presentation that you've gone with a higher height so that you can have more open space and pull back from the property line so that you could have more trees? Is that what I am understanding here? So you could ostensibly have the same program lowering the height, but it would be covering more of the lots, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we're about at 49% lot coverage, so we want to keep within that.
There was some comments made about the driveway access, that right now there's 3 entry points for parking, and now we're condensing it down to 1. Have you done any kind of traffic studies to determine whether that's going to be problematic with the number of units and cars programmed to be on site?
Commissioner Welch, yes, we've done some traffic analysis, but the city traffic department is analyzing it, and we would be doing further analysis for our CEQA document. That was just one of the documents that we did in advance, which they're reviewing now.
Have you thought about potentially keeping an access point through the Viola entrance as well?
We did it one time, and then we were told that they would prefer, Public Works Engineering would prefer that we did not. So now it's just for pedestrian and not vehicles.
Okay.
The other comment related to the driveway width, I think it was mentioned by staff that we should consider narrowing that down. Obviously, that's part of the comments that we're receiving here this evening, which we'll look at as well. Thanks.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Sorry, I don't know, he's raising his hand. So you guys already spoke, sorry. It's not up to us, right? Okay, so with that, I think we'll close the public hearing and move into our comments. Again, we want to remind everybody that there is no decision being made here tonight. This is just a preliminary hearing. The applicant and owner and developer chose to come to the design review board as a preliminary phase just to get feedback on site planning, mass and scale, design and detailing, as the staff report says, and as our staff reiterated earlier today. We appreciate everybody coming out, everybody's comments. We're here to hear everybody, including callers, all of you here in person. We hear all of you, and we've read all the emails as well. So we appreciate you guys, and we hear you loud and clear. But again, we're not making a decision here. So whether this is a historic property, whether traffic or anything else, we're not making any decisions here. We're not the ones to decide whether or not this project is moving forward. We are only here to provide our comments and feedback on the design. So I just want to state that before we get into our comments. So who would like to kick us off? Mr. Simonian, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. It's 9:15. It's been a long evening, and we could tell it's a charged moment. A lot of people have lived there for a long time, and it is a very special community, special building, special atmosphere. And so we absolutely understand all the emotions, and that's the intent of this evening. I think this was a voluntary hearing requested by the developer to obtain feedback, direction, and so I believe they've gotten a pretty good sense of your ideas and thoughts, and now we are going to provide some other thoughts of feedback, and more specifically about design, about mass, about site planning, etc. And the intent, I think, is for the design team to take your thoughts, to take our thoughts, and to try to formulate a project that could be addressing some of these needs. And so I'd like to really start out by looking at it globally, which is, and has been stated, we have a housing crisis, and we have the state indicating that we need to provide housing and that we need to create housing. At the same time, the state realizes that there's a lot of development standards that cities have to prevent height, to prevent density, and the state is telling jurisdictions such as us and other cities, you have to comply. You have to basically provide these concessions, and you have to allow for the height, and you have to allow for the density to provide for housing. And so that's something that's pushed down on a state level, and I think everyone realizes that. And the reason they've made it a state law is state law trumps local law. And so they're saying this is the state of the emergency, and we need to provide all sorts of housing. And so when I'm starting to assess a given property, I always like to see, well, how close is it to transportation? How close is it to, commercial and neighborhood services? And in this case, it's actually, across the street from a neighborhood shopping center, which is ideal. It's close to other services. That's good. There is the Metro BRT station that's already funded, and it's already approved. That's going to go down Glen Oaks Boulevard, and it's going to connect North Hollywood, Red Line Metro. It's going to come down Glen Oaks, and it's going to then go down, I believe, Pacific, and it's going to basically then go eastbound on Colorado and connect it to Pasadena. And so a major thoroughway that's connecting our overall metro in the city is going to come within a half a mile of this community. And so when we're looking at things regionally, where do you want to build housing? Where should housing go? And of course, if you live next door in the house, you object to it. But when you look at it holistically, as far as the regional needs of a given city and the population growth of where it's going, you have to kind of start looking at it at a more global aspect. And so you want to be close to shopping. You want to be close to transportation. And of course, you want to be in high zoned areas, and this is our 1250, which is the highest multifamily zoned area in our city. There's not, if you look in the general plan, which the brown indicates the R1250, there's very small percentage of the overall city of Glendale is zoned R1250, and this happens to be one of it. And so, but it's unique because it abuts a residential neighborhood and it abuts single-family homes, right? And so some of my comments are going to address just that. And that's the intent, is to come here, is to get feedback insofar as, well, what is state law? And that's good because everyone in this room could understand, everybody that's sitting at home could understand. But at the same time, what are some things that we could do as far as design is concerned to minimize those impacts? And so, as I've indicated, what are the good attributes of the site? And now I'm going to kind of get more into site planning, massing, et cetera, that I think could make it a better project. And so it is overparked, and that's good. We usually have projects that are coming here that are underparked, and so a lot more of the parking goes on the streets. And then, of course, everyone gets upset because there's more congested street parking. On the other hand, if you provide more parking, which they've had, then there is the dialogue and discussion, well, there's going to be more traffic. But it's either or, right? You either provide more parking to house cars on site, or you provide less parking and more of that cars go on the street. So I'll let you guys decide on what's the right approach for your own reasoning, but that's the inconvenient truth. But when density is being proposed, you actually want to be close to mass transit, and that's coming around the corner, to try to eliminate some of those factors. In regards to the driveways, thank you, Mr. Khan, for bringing that up, that Transportation and Building and Safe and Public Works Engineering assessed it, and they do not, maybe their preference is not to have a second driveway on Viola, but perhaps it might make sense. Now, the residents on Viola won't like it. If I was a resident on Viola, I would object. On the other hand, does it make sense to have a smaller driveway, a secondary driveway, maybe, I don't know, to exit a portion of the parking off Viola or access it? Possibly. It might certainly minimize the impact completely on Central, but at the same time, it's going to transfer some of that onto the west. So I don't know what's the least. We don't have enough data at this point. We would have to do a traffic analysis and find out the level of traffic and the level of service that those intersections are encountering. But I would say that maybe 2 points of entrance is better than one, holistically, without having a traffic study to assess. In regards to the courtyard, as depicted, as we're looking at this site plan, the courtyard is a very nice integration into the project because it kind of maintains this harmonious integration of the units onto the site. However, the courtyard is causing mass, number one, but number two, the sheer size of the units are causing mass as well. And so they are large units, but at the same time, that's contributing to the mass. So if some of the mass could get transferred to the lower level, and some of the open space could be transferred to the rooftop decks, I think would result in a less, intrusive of a project to the overall context. Now, how that would affect the homes next door, that's right, but how would it affect the overall city and the neighborhood is a different question. And so I would say that, thank you. And I would say when we're looking at the renderings, the rendering from on the northwest side, which is abutting the single-family homes, it is massive. So, we have 5 stories next door to a residential. And if some of this could be pushed back to 3, to 4, to 5, that I think would make sense. And so the portions of the site on the northwest abutting the residential and the portions of the site off of Viola, I would say would make sense to have less of mass and for that to get transferred onto the center of the site, hypothetically, conceptually. I think it's not the best use to put a pool next to a single-family home. I think that pool should be integrated elsewhere onto the site, but again, have more of trying to maintain a 3-story or possibly a 4-story in the perimeters, but majority of the mass may be shifted more towards central and more towards the center of the site. Because I think intuitively, it would be nicer to have density closer to central than closer to the residential homes. You know, as a general thought process. I think the stoops that are proposed along Central are a good idea. I think that creates a good sense of community. But at the same time, where you have stoops and then you have 4 stories above them, it does get to be a bit challenging. And as I'm looking at it, the south portion of the site along Central, on the south side of the driveway, it's 4 stories going to 5 stories, and the north side of the driveway is really 4 stories. And so what I said earlier was, hey, it's a good idea to transfer density on the Central, but that's something to think about, is once that starts coming towards Central, it ends up being more of a mass along that street, but possibly that's better than having it on the other side, on the west side. I do think increasing the setbacks without losing density would be a good idea on the north and south. I think that would give it an opportunity to plant more mature trees, but that should be done in a very specific way where the roots are away from the garage, and so then you're starting to really create a nice buffer on the north and south side. And I think the architect has started to do that. I could certainly see a good amount of landscaping on the north and south, and that's wonderful. And if that same is utilized on the west side, abutting the residential, I think that certainly would help. But just, again, transferring mass from the north and south setbacks and from the height to the courtyard, moving the open space above. By doing that, you may not need a concession for interior setbacks, and you can use your concession for additional open space, or the elimination of additional open space, and just use, and then just provide your common open space up top. So those are some ways where it just seems as though to use a concession for the 3 feet might be a lost opportunity. Whereas we could transfer quite a bit of density to the center of the project, away from the residential projects. And so, to answer some of the questions from before, as stated in the staff report, they're going to be apartments. That's what's stated to us, but we're obviously not the decision makers, but that's what's stated in the project. As far as what's next, I think the idea is for everyone to obtain feedback, the design team to obtain feedback, and if they choose to proceed, then they would pursue a density bonus application process to ultimately, once that's approved, to then come back to DRB. In a nutshell, that's the process. Madam Chair, that concludes my thoughts, but I could certainly chime in later. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Simonian. Ms. Lockeroff.
Well, hello, everyone, and thank you, Ms. Pruitt, for your report, and thank you to everybody who came out. We're all Glendale residents up here, and I personally bike and drive by this property all the time, so I'm very aware of it, and I hear from all of you, and I see that it's a special place. And I think it's our job, as Art was saying, to try to find those things that are special and try to help guide this design in that direction, so that we can help with the housing crisis and increase density, but at the same time, be sensitive to the neighbors. And so I think that some of Art's comments, I agree with you in terms of putting more of the mass towards the center of the property, so that the neighbors don't have, privacy issues. There are things towering above them. So I think stepping in, as Ms. Pruitt mentioned, is important at the property lines, and particularly the single-family residents, at that area. It's a kind of a drastic difference there. And again, I'm not opposed to density, but it's just about being thoughtful in how it's done. And I think right now it's not there yet, but we want to work to get there. So the other thing I do agree in terms of this becoming a more transit-oriented community, I think that that's a goal of our city, and there, like you said, there is going to be a high-speed transit along Glen Oaks available just by 2027. So by the time this is built, less parking might be a more feasible thing for the residents there, and that might help in terms of reducing the number, the size of this structure. Let's see, I like the idea of incorporating roof decks in order to bring the massing down so it's not so tall. And that way I can step in. Let's see. I'm trying to think of other comments. I have several. I think that one critical thing is the loss of trees in this project, and it's really important that we replace with more trees. In some jurisdictions, like Pasadena, when you take down a giant mature tree, you replace it with multiple trees. And not just for protected trees, but large trees. And I know, just so everyone knows, Urban Forestry is going to be reviewing this, and as is, Historic and, a lot of other agencies will be reviewing this during the process. But that would be something I would really like to see, is just more shade trees specifically in this project. Let's see. In terms of design and detailing, the one thing I wanted to mention was I think that I'd like to see more variation and character. I think that sometimes when it's all very similar aesthetically, it starts to look like more of a mass. And just to bring down the scale, there's a lot of great examples of projects that have been through our desk that there's variation in materials and things like that that help break down the volume aesthetically. And that was what I was going to mention too, is that you could even look back. I think there's a lot of, again, great case studies that you can look to that of how that's been done successfully. I agree with Ms. Pruitt on the stair tower in the middle, finding another location for that. And I think that's it for now. Let's see. And when the applicant comes back, something that I would love to see, and I think a lot of people in the process would like to see, of course, more window details, light plans, and maybe they're within the packet. It's just, we didn't get all of the pages here today, but the other thing I would think could be helpful is more of a street elevation, and I don't know if that's something that we can request, is just to understand how it does step in from the other properties. We have a little glimpse of what that is in these, but a little bit, more perspective on how it relates to the surrounding structures in terms of light, air, all of that important those important things. But yeah, again, overall, I'm not opposed to density, just being considerate of the neighbors in terms of height and light. And that's it. Thank you.
Board Member Lockeroff. Board Member Koskanian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, for coming out today. This is why I love this city, because, we all come out and everyone addresses, their concerns. And I think that's powerful, especially in Glendale, where, in other cities, people don't do this. Glendale residents care about this city. I care about this city. I've been in this city for about 6 years now, got married and moved here. And we do have a housing crisis in Glendale. We have a housing crisis all across California. And one thing that I just wanted to point out with this one specific property is there's only 14 affordable housing units available, and I definitely want to see more come out of it. I don't think 14 is efficient enough. I'm a renter for this city. I know what the pain points are that you all are bringing up, and I know that the prices are going up on our houses. But that being said, houses do need to be built. So just a couple things that I think that are important for us to bring up is, I do agree with our board members that in regards to the mass, if we can make it go more towards the center of the property, incorporating a rooftop, something along those lines definitely will help us out. Honestly, this entire time I've been trying to think how 237 cars would be able to fit in that area. I go to that Ralph's all the time, so I know the concerns. So I would be interested to see the traffic report that's proposed by the city. I would like to see more entry points. One entry point is not going to be sufficient enough. In case of an emergency, we live in an earthquake area, so imagine 237 cars are going to need to get out of the complex. It's going to be hard. So I would like for us to put that into consideration also. More greenery. That part of Glendale is green. I walk that area all the time with my dog, and I love it. It's very quiet, very peaceful. We have, you know, the birds chirping like you all were saying. We have the squirrels on the lines. Like, I see them all. So, you know, we want to make sure that we have more replacement of trees. You know, if I look at this property right now, it kind of looks like a resort, in my opinion. And, you know, I agree with our board members in regards to, you know, seeing if we can get like different variations of materials to bring down the mass of the property of the way it currently looks. But I think that there is a lot of work that still needs to be done with this. And for me, it was a little bit difficult for me to actually, you know, give some opinions on it because this still needs to go through a lot of processes, right? So it's a little bit more, it's more redundant for us to say, but if we're going to give you directions on the way that it should go, there are a lot of things that need to happen. I'd also like to see a designated open park for our community as well, if we can somehow incorporate that into the property, and, you know, bring the community together as well. Yeah, you know, I'd like to see what it's going to come up in coming months, whenever it's going to be brought up to us. But, you know, we do have a crisis in the city. It does need to be addressed. No one's saying that's not the case. But we need more affordable housing, not low-income housing for only 14 families, actual affordable units for our residents. Because if that's not the case, then people are going to move out of the city, and that's not what our goals are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cascania and Board Member Welsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everyone who's come out and addressed us tonight. It's always great for us to hear multiple perspectives. And for people who asked, you know, or invited us to the property, I have visited the property. In fact, one of your neighbors was nice enough to invite me inside the courtyard, so I was able to walk throughout the landscaped areas inside, and I have to say I was impressed. The trees, the maturity of the trees, the large number of them. It's like it's an oasis in there, and it will be unfortunate if we lose all those mature trees and, you know, replace it with a lot of concrete. And it's unfortunate that the Glendale, you know, zoning doesn't support things like, you know, cool islands, you know, protections, you know, to help offset heat island effects. And, you know, I know some of you are probably hoping to hear us all say deny, 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 but we're not here to do that. You know, that's not our job here tonight. Our job is actually to give feedback on a proposed plan. So that is what we're here to do. But, you know, I hear what you're saying, and I'm certainly going to try to incorporate some of that, those thoughts and my personal impressions of the property into my feedback for the applicant here. So what I would say is that I recognize that there's been some amount of compromise on the part of the applicant here to try to offset the loss of the extra landscaping by having more height and more open space. So this is a trade-off. You can have it shorter, but cover more of the lot. You could lose more of the open space. You know, maybe we can offset that with roof decks, and I think that that's an appropriate option to put on the table. But I recognize what you're trying to do, pulling it back from the property line, so that you can have space for mature tree root. Because on top of a two-car garage, two-story subterranean garage, you're not going to be able to have mature trees. You're not going to be able to have tall trees there. So you're limited in that regard to putting them on the edges of the property. And so I applaud that, and I think that if we can even increase that, and not palm trees, I think they need to be much more shade canopy type trees. Something that is going to be speaking towards an echo of what is being lost here. Because what is being lost is this oasis where you literally walk into that courtyard and you can feel the temperature cooler than it is out on the sidewalk. And so that's something that will be lost if that goes away. So if we can try to replace that with more mature trees, maybe even trailing plants coming down from roof decks and things like that, that speak to what is being lost here, so that it's helps to replicate that sort of, I call it a cool island effect. I don't know if that's an official phrase or not, but the idea being, just to try and bring some of that back. To excuse me, address some of the design and detailing points. I like how you've done the street facade on Glendale. I think that you spend a lot of time and focus really there, and that shows in what is coming across. The multiple entranceways, I think I like as well, because that is also, again, an echo of what is there now. You have multiple entryways from Central, and I think, keeping some element of that is appropriate and well considered. I think that where it doesn't carry through is on the other facades. Facing the single-family neighborhoods, it looks, I think Art held this up. It's very monochromatic. It's very massive. I think that bringing some of the detailing that you have here, like if you look at just the balconies here, the nice detailings on the balconies there's none of that here. So if you're going to use some nice detailings, it'd be nice to carry it through so that you have some of that there. Bring some additional colors. Change colors from different floor levels, perhaps, to help break that up. So I think that that is where I would give some feedback on this. Interior facades as well. I know that's not as much in our purview, but they also look very, I think the phrase was resort-like, So, I think you could still continue to do some of that here. Different colored stuccos are not going to change the cost structure of the project very much, but it can do a lot to help change up how the design works there. So I think those are the main things. As a personal resident of South Glendale, I heard a lot of speakers talk about, this belongs in South Glendale, but we need housing everywhere. As Board Member Simonian said, this is the highest density zoning in the city. So don't just throw it off on us. We have to all get together and be supportive of density where density is called for, where it is appropriate. I think that what we can do is to help guide the applicant to design it more sensitively and to have it blend in a little bit better and to help echo and bring back some of what is being lost if this moves forward. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Board Member Welch. Okay, so that leaves me, and I'll try to keep it short. So every time we get our agendas, I like to go straight to the drawings without looking at where this specific property is yet, because I like to look at the design first and not the context. Immediately when I saw this, I figured downtown Central for sure. And as soon as I looked up the context, I have to say, very disappointed, because I think that it's very inappropriate for where it is. I'm all for density bonus projects. I'm all for housing, and we have approved many of them here on the board. I think this design as a 6-story building doesn't fit the location, the context, the neighborhood, the proximity, right? You go from a 4-lane Central Avenue to a 2-lane, smaller, you feel it when you're driving in Glendale, and we've all driven in this neighborhood many times because we've lived here our entire lives. So when you're driving up past Glen Oaks and that street starts to get narrow, and suddenly a 6-story massive building pops up, as much as it's landscaped and courtyard, it's not going to make a difference. You're going to feel that just inappropriateness. So to add to what Board Member Lockeriff asked for with the string elevation of context surrounding the site, I would also ask, go ahead and do one through the street and see how your building next to, across the street, the tiny, it's only 40-foot wide Central, how that's going to feel and how that pedestrian's going to feel in context, right? So really take the comments about lowering and trying to, incorporate the roof. I think that is one of the best solutions for this specific project and site. Is it needs to come down in height, so no one's saying we don't want more housing. I think everybody agrees that it's a need, but I think we need to look at it case by case, very specific to the location. So mass and scale, I know we all picked that same rendering, the view from the single family homes. It's too bulky, it's too massive. And again, taking the comments and considerations is really going to help refine the design. That you showed during your presentation a beautiful examples. That Sherman Oaks one was beautiful, but again, 3-story. It worked lovely with a 3-story. I think the minute you applied it to a 6-story complex, it took that character away for me personally. So I think you really need to look back at that. And yeah, I think that's it. I understood where you were going with the whole courtyard, trying to provide more, but again, I think in the context of where it is, I think we're all in agreement that it's not the best solution for this neighborhood. And that was it. That'll conclude my comments. Again, we appreciate everybody coming out to give your feedback, and we all hear you, and this is not a decision. This is all preliminary. We're just talking really late at night. So thank you, and that's all.
Do we need to go through our comments at all?
I don't know how it works for preliminary. Ms. Pruitt, do you have to repeat all of our comments?
I don't think so, because they're not turning into conditions of approval.
Right.
I did take very good notes on what everybody said. I do see repeating themes of reducing the mass and scale, pushing it away from the sides and towards the center and or up, providing greenery and trees to help replace the existing canopy trees, having more than one driveway entrance, and more variation in design details and materials to reduce apparent massing. Those were the themes that I saw across the board members, but I've taken notes of all the other comments that were made, and I'll share these with the applicant.
Great,
Thank
thank
you.
you. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.